Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat a crazy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got to yes, what you got to Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat a crazy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got to TV. Yes, but you got it. Yes, I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon.
Okay.
Yeah, to spoon.
We'd like to welcome all of you tonight to this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. It's back on your radio. We're live across the Spoon Network tonight on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. On several frequencies across the country, thanks to all of our partner radio stations, always relaying the program. This is where you get the news, the analysis, the updates. We bring you up to speed with the major happenings in the country every single day right here on this platform. And I want to say thanks for joining us. Thanks to the many of you, thousands of you across Liberia and across the world who always make up time to join us here on the program Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette. As always, I'm going to be here tonight producing, coordinating the technical sound as we take your calls in the first segment of the program. Thereafter, we usher in the CEO and the rest of the team. And then they take up from there. So, but I want to say thanks for joining us. Kindly share the program as you come on tonight. It doesn't matter where you're joining us from. Share the show in your different group chats across your social media handles. Let's have a great conversation here tonight. So as we always do, we dedicate the first segment of the program to all of you out there to call in to say what's on your mind. No specific topic. It's just about you expressing yourself, saying how you feel about the different issues in the country, sharing your thoughts on the happenings, or bringing to the attention of policymakers some of the very issues that you are confronted with. So it's going to be a very great show tonight. This edition of Spoon Talk is loaded. And so we're going to go to the phone lines now and start to take your calls. Let's hear from you. What's on your mind? What is it you want to talk about tonight? Is it about health, education, sanitation? Is it about the environment? Is it about the political issues in the country? Is it about religious issues? Just whatever that issue is as of concern to you. We're going to have the lines activated now so you can call in and see exactly what's on your mind. So we go to the phone lines. 0555-101075 is the number to call. 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the program tonight. I'd like to welcome all of you to this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Let's take our first caller here. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Good evening to FM and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia.
Yeah, good evening to you, sir.
Colette. By the way, the introduction, I'm Alfonso A.F. Camara.
Alfonso, go ahead, sir. Just go to the point,
Yeah,
sir.
what's on my mind tonight have to do with the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Liberia. This message directly go to Dr. Jala. We all know in our country, Liberia, most private schools than government schools. So I'm calling on the Ministry of Education to call on the private schools administrators and the government school administrators to have a dialogue because they are imposing graduation fees on the parents. When I tell you for K2 graduation fees to schools that I know on the road, so hectical. It's so much difficult, and this kind of economic constraint we are facing in our country at this time in point. So they are exploiting the parents. And parents shortly, school will be shutting down for a short period of time, and parents will be looking for another school fees next academic year. And many of us are not working. We are jobless. So I'm very much concerned for the education aspect. So let me try to see private schools. Then private school will be able to come with their fees and also activities that embedded with the administration. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot for your input. 0555-101075. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Your name and where you call from?
Yes, my name is Alfred Fumo. I call from the community.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, what my mind to know is that I just want to know from former president here. When the CIA call him, they went to America. Since they came out, we get any result from him. So I really want to know what they're calling for. Let me come and explain it, please.
Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you. Hello. Okay, so you can keep the calls coming to 0555-101075, and you'll be live on the program tonight. Let's take this person. Hello.
Hello. I'm Eric Beetle. I'm calling from Tumo Village.
Okay, Eric, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Well, on my representative in this district. Yes, I always call on the radio station and be talking about it. To illegal send money. He got to me illegal send money. Since he took power. My brother so are taking your food someday. You can inside talk and you can inside party here. You will see close on 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you.
Yes, in Korea, it's a long time. I've not been able to join you on this phone talk.
It's good to have you, sir. Good evening.
Yes, Mohammed M. Carnegie on. I speak on the project on December 16.
Okay, Mohammed, what's on your mind?
That thing my cool brother, let me say good evening to you. It's a pleasure for me joining you on your platform on your first presentation in the month of June. Okay, I think what my man, as someone talked about the graduation fee to the fees pertaining to the I think the Ministry of Education, I think they came up with their regulation fees pertaining to the 2024-2025, the closing of the calendar of the event. Okay, and I listened to Martin Breeding, who is the communication director for the MOE, which is the Ministry of Education. Then having a lot of press conference on ERBC, I think OKFN, others, and they said if it comes to the graduation fee. According to him, within a press statement, I think K2 will be paying, I think, $25 for private school, and K2 will be paying $2,500 for the government school. Okay, you have 12 grades paying $100 for private school, $5,000 for government school. You have 6.5 for government school paying $6,000 labor equivalent to the USD $30. For the private school, that is for private school. School, government school, you have what? You have $3,500. You see me? So I think for 6 grade people, they are also paying for the $3,500 for government school. So according to the minister or to the ministry, if anyone who pay child graduation fee, if you listen to the fee that you pay from the Ministry of Education, and then the school wants to deny your child from graduating, I think the Ministry of Education, you have to reach to them and file your complaint. So I think for this thing, people should come up with any panic or on the platform, or not even on the platform, or what they say is that if you have any problem with any school that come out with high of graduation, get at the Ministry of Education. I think that would be the level area that we should file the complaint there. But for me, I don't see that if it's okay, if my relative, if my
thank you.
or my
thank you very much. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello, your name and where you come from?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is David from my power.
Okay.
I got several things on my mind this evening. The first thing I want to talk on the former president and the current government are in power. I want to talk on that business. The former president, if up to this time he can realize that he's a former president, he's always embarrassing the ruling party, the ruling government are in power. On to say he's in power. Up to this time, he want to be battling the people. The president will tell everyone now. If Georgia want to add it to the finger, come for him and carry someone election on there until the people turn your feeling. And I have to tell the government, we don't want anybody to joke with corruption around here. You understand that the ministry of state, the guy like corruption around it. So we want for the government to make sure, Ministry of State,
thank you.
Make sure and commit ourselves to the LHCC, that everybody justify what I said.
Thank you very much for your input.
They win the seat tomorrow at the United Nations election stuff tomorrow. So,
all right, thank you. Thank you very much. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, so let's have another person. Hello. Hello. Let's see this person. Hello.
Hello, Nathan.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Your name and where you call from?
I'm calling from Gompa City, Nimba County.
Okay, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Let's see what on my mind has to do with mental speed. You know, all the years, mental speed, been almost 25 years. Our town and villages that surrounded the mountain in District 3 and 2 are not benefiting. Let's say when you go to this town and villages to feel sorry for people, There is no safe drinking water, no good house, no good health. So I want to take this time to appeal to our Niba County Regulation Caucus as they make a press release asking the government to revisit the twin track or agreement. I want them to also mention our people who are living within the villages and towns. And next thing, to my almost surprised, he kept out why you to be small America when you read that this time, mental state was taking more than billions of dollars on a yearly basis. The keep is looking at a village. I'm calling the government, the president of this country. That you go to keep and see keep look like. He can't be making billions of dollars for people. That they tell you taking the money is looking at village.
Thank you.
So we are begging the government to put their feet on the ground.
Thank you for your input tonight. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
My name is David Moore. I call from Cardwell.
You want to walk away from a radio, Moore?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
not there.
Let's hear you.
Yeah. This call is going directly to the Martin Blinken from Minister of Education. In the community where I live, there are so many schools that are giving graduation fees, $10,000 for ABC, 6th grade, 9th. They're not trying to obey the instruction from the ministry because I followed back the last time he said the graduation fee for K2 people, ABC people is $2,500. 6th grade, we pay less than $3,500. 12th grade, pay $5,000 $11. Private school, US $100. And the school should graduate the children in their uniform. Many of these uniform and gowns around here. The schools, especially in the community where I live, in the local community dominated by private schools. You see, so they are putting hardship on our parents. So we are calling the information man from Education Ministry to please come and talk on the radio. Let people about what they are saying in the ministry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you
time.
very much for your input. Hello. Hello. Okay, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Yeah. Good evening, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Nathan, thank you so much for giving the opportunity to speak on the platform. But I remain the seven last basketball Peter McCauley and I joined from District now most of the country as a proposed senator.
Macaulay, what's on your mind?
Thank you. You know, now seeing the government, the Liberian people gave President Bouaka and for President the country, the Liberian people in the trajectory. But it seems to be that we made a mistake to give the country to President Bouaka. You know, Nelson, in everything you do, you must be sincere. When you say that you, Nelson, you want to contest for your PEL and the way you lead your friend in campaign, your friend will, you know, they'll be happy when you come as the leader of the PEL. They'll be happy with you and invite them when the Constitution said that you will go back to President Bouaka to order. It was wasteful for people to be private jets. It was wasteful for people to be riding expensive cars. Better when you become president ride or better ride motorbike or wheelbarrow to go to the executive mansion. But today, President Bouaka attend to private jets in this country. The president going to local country, he will fight. In fact, my church are living in airport. I be the way he will come at the Gene Spring to come people in station number 9. It's wrong because you got together those things yesterday.
Okay.
But now, one of these someone will never ever pray for any death or any letter to call for peace minister. But because the promise is made to call yesterday, that private jet was unnecessary. Now private jets are all planning on him. You see what going on? When you see the president say, to what you say on paper, President, we are President Bouaka, TBF for all those things they do in the capital, corruption and all over in the ministry entity. Corruption has become go in the government. So I want to say to all Liberians, we all will buy the 3,000. No, you agree will buy 3,000 now. The preacher will buy 3,000. We always buy, we always smell it.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's hold you there. Hello, your name and where you call from? Okay, so let's see if we take this person. 0555-101075. Hello.
Hello.
You're alive. Your name and where you call from?
Thank you, Nelson. This is Daniel Keller calling from Oro Fibiro.
Daniel, what's on your mind?
The thing that on my mind and the people said my piece of yam where I was eating, I set it down because it's syrup for council of churches. The council of churches, they must put themselves together in a country. Because when they put themselves together, government will bow down to them. And they will not bow down to government. They will not bow down to nobody. They talking about for them to honor the former speaker rejected, and then they call in the current speaker for them to honor them because they want money. You cannot think not correct.
But how you know say the council of churches doing it because they want money? What makes you say that? You got proof?
Yeah, they want money. Let me tell you something. Yeah, the council of churches conduct themselves in the country. We have a lot of churches in the country. Let them put all the churches together. We register all of them. Let all the churches in La Brother, all the churches register all of them. Government will bow down to them because all of them playing with the same society, so government will not respect them. The same society where government playing with the same society, they play where they want position from the government. You cannot tell them not correct. Thank you for your show.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Thank you.
Okay, let's hear you.
I'm the police number and
your line is cracking in, but go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to speak on two cardinal things, but I will be very laconic. So, my first issue has to do with Honorable Snow. Honorable Snow is fighting for having a new power in this country. And I want to speak to Honorable Snow from my heart. You know, we librarians or we young people, we are very busy thinking how to move our life forward. Our days are for you to have more work for yourself that even if they have for the whole year, they're looking down in your pool, enjoying you will not suffer. So the holiday, you think about cut this one down. We don't need holiday anymore. So if you want to bring a bill that will improve the librarian life, it's not holiday. And secondly, I want to talk about the issue of CDC. This calamity called CDC. Can you imagine they see that we have rule of law? Hey, we need a rule of law today. It's sorry for his party. They get the member party or the
your line is not good. Your line is not good at all. I think you have your line is breaking in.
Yeah, but what I said there's a call for property from the CDC, and the CDC refused to move the court to the move. So they were complaining about rule of law. So what is the rule of law now? Like what are we asking?
Thank you.
Because
sorry, I have to let you go because your line is very, very terrible. But you can change your location and call back 0555-101075. Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Malana. Maybe that's it. Okay. I'm Uncle B calling from Johnsonville.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
You know, during our days, we used to have inspectors from the Ministry of Education to see substandard schools and other schools that are not qualified to be existing. And these things are not happening. But my concern here is some government schools from first year test, they have not seen our results for us to know whether they are doing better or not. So I want the education minister to send his team on the field so that they can inspect those schools that are doing this thing. First period, just imagine the first period, my brother. We have not heard anything from the school, no pay sheet, nothing like that. So that's what on my mind.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. 0555-101075. Hello.
Hello, Nelson. How are you?
Yes, sir. I'm doing good. It's good to have you on.
Okay, thank you. My name is Winston Gray, and I'm calling from my police academy residence.
What's on your mind, sir?
Okay, my attention has been drawn to the LEC issue. Right? LEC, I mean, we who happens to be LEC user, we are facing serious challenges. That is, if our meter being stolen, right? LEC keep that stolen meter in their system. People who stole those meters, they being they been recharging on that meter. And when you go to down the borough and they tell you, say, oh, you had to buy a new meter. Buy new meter and think, what become of the old meter that someone stole and that meter in the system and they recharging on that meter and think. I think LDC need to look at in the interest of the customers in order to avoid power theft. Because the issue is very much alarming. People will see your meter. When you go there and think, they tell you, say you had to buy a new meter, but we black it. But people recharge you on your meter, and they cannot track those people who stole the meter and the meter in the system. So I mean, my attention has been drawn to it. I think only my one feeding the pin into what LDC is doing to our customers. So thank you for taking me on your show.
Thank
and
you
I
very
think
much for your
LDC
input.
people
Let's hold you
responding.
there. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello, my brother. I'm Samuel Bachu calling from Duboro.
Okay.
Yeah, my question had to do with laborers. Majority of the Chinese or entity or company in the place there, they didn't want to employ anybody. They didn't want to get anybody a contract. It's everybody that they are getting hired in the entity. While the labor that are doing to was there. So my concern.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. Hello, your name? Let's hear you.
My name is Jerry Sue. I'm calling from District 9.
What's on your mind? Let's hear you.
What's on my mind, brother, is all about the Council of Churches.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those people, their organizing, their funding was not a proper funding, all about the Christians, about God business. It was all about evil.
Oh.
Because, yes, they were funded.
How the whole I'm coming now. How the whole council become evil?
The whole
thing?
council been about three President Doody. They all got together to remove Doody from power. It was their plan. So those guys, we know them. They know things we're good playing in the country. So everything that we do in the country.
Oh, too bad we lost the guy. But you can recharge and you call back. But Dr. Richardson, good evening to you.
Nelson, long time no see. How are you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And yes, it's been a long time as well. I'm in on Mondays and Tuesdays, and
Okay.
I think most times you're not in at that time.
That's true.
But it's good to see you, Dr. Richardson. I saw you were struggling to find the mute button.
yes, I was on mute, and then I found it. But yes, we it's been a good day so far. It's warm.
Okay.
It's getting warmer on this end, but it's just busy. But I see you are taking phone calls.
Yeah.
Usually, we give at least 30 minutes to hear the Liberian people out. This is their show, their station. So we'll continue to take calls until the former CEO gets here, and then we'll discuss the topic of the day.
Okay. So we'll go back to the phone lines. We take more calls 0555 101075. We take this person. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nelson.
Good afternoon, sir. Good evening.
And I'm Eric calling you from Quebec.
Let's hear you, sir.
Quebec. Yeah. I just want to appreciate you for your time and effort you put in informing the public. And some time ago, I listened to CEO and you were like discussing, disadvantaged youth in this country, which is very, very on a rampage when it comes to Liberia. And speaking to you, I'm one of those supervisors who work with a rehabilitation center in line with Pastor Jerry, the founder of this particular program called the Destiny Recovery Program. And we run this particular institution without government support. We have written them time in time, and we have no response from them in any means. And this is something that affect our nation, more especially every family in this country is affected. So I want to kindly ask you to please talk to CEO that he can invite some member from this identical program that will speak to this issue when it comes to youth with disadvantaged youth in Liberia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. We appreciate you. Great initiative. Hello? Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
What's on my mind this evening, Nelson, is I want to tell the President of the Republic, but thank you for all what he is doing. But what I get to say here is we don't want to see anything like the owner of Nigeria. That brought belongs to Nigeria for everybody. But we see few people that always see the country like the country for them. When your time finish, it means you go home. The Labrador people don't want you. But don't say, oh, the Labrador people, you want to vote with 18,000 votes. You want to feed 18,000 persons every day? When we hear them talking about 18,000 so what we got to tell them, let it go rest, let it wait and see what the people will do for the country. If they can't do it, then we'll find place to put them. Some of them will go to Echo and put the go sit down there.
Thank you very much for your input. Thanks a lot.
And also to the Chinese company, the Bauchi case. I would like for the president to even expel that company from Labrador. Because the company is not doing nothing. All the agreement is made, I will speak. The company is situated down. So they don't want to go back anything. All the things they tell us so lie. Lie to the country.
Thank you.
But they are exporting the resources carrying it. So I say thank you to the president. In fact, let the president add a suspension.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's hold you there and take another person here. Hello.
Hello, Nelson.
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Edmond Steven calling from the back of YWCA.
Edmond, what's on your mind?
Yeah, the thing that is on my mind, I've noticed that school is forgetting about the training issue for the day before going to the color. Before going to what on your mind, you are forgetting about the training issue. At least you can come and highlight what happened throughout the day before going to before going to what on your mind. So the only thing on my mind.
Okay, that's a great observation. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. 0555-101075. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Let's hear
you. But let's see. I really want to for the phone on the street. To talk over can help me. The only boy child they are having. I want for you to talk or stop 101. And my first time talking on the show today. Because it's 20 minutes.
Oh. Okay.
And no more down there. I really want to do 101 so you get also coming through. For this
but the CEO is always on the show. The CEO will be coming on. But thank you. I will take the number. Yeah.
When you see the point, you shed here.
Thank you.
No, I'm waiting to do.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
Thank you, but thank you for me. When you were so I can talk with the CEO.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks a whole lot. 0555-101075 is the number to call. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Paul Bagon calling from Mangibikande District 2.
Go ahead, sir.
Let me call to just make the easy to know that there are things that are going on here in this district that confusion of we the supporter. The senator in question now is Senator Nukwe, Mangi, and the lawmaker of Jones. The supporter of Mangi, they are going around insulting on the office of on the Jones. And when it comes to the district, on the Jones, the one district. got this. I will do drop Manke in the district. But now, the Manke supporter now, they are on the children that are sorting on the Jones high office. So we are talking to we the one, the two of us, when they vote for the police. And we convince the people voted for the Manke. So it will not cry that on the Jones commit for Manke people to pay against on the Jones today to be sorting. So in the CDC, everything they are hearing me, that is got to intervene between the two CDC lawmakers.
Okay.
Thank you for having a show with me.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, you are just coming on. I know you've been on the line for a while. Yes, sir. Good evening. Let's hear you. Yeah, really, man. Go ahead.
When a president has declared and published the other for his own, no other president. I want to appreciate evidence for the high level of the government. At least all the way in the country, they get senior station and airport. All the community way is doing, they get problem. Why road, productive road, another road, you go to Korea today, they go to building there, just the senior center, the building station again. So I want to appreciate evidence.
So the five road they were not having covered.
I'm not having on the road. What are they sit on the road? What are they cross the road? Without plan, they cross the road. The owner of the brother, at least all the community road that quarter. Tomorrow,
thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your input. Yeah. So I will start to take calls on the WhatsApp line shortly. I just posted the WhatsApp group. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you.
Ellis calling from
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
What are you for me to be because on Spoon Network tonight? Because Spoon Network from 2017, I started listening to the network. Every time I call my line, they say no way to answer my call. I want to be appreciated for it. And also tell the whole of Spoon Network, the CEO, I want to tell thank you for how you're fighting for this country, not only for individual, but you're doing it now for party. You're really, really I want to thank you. I appreciate you today so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Hello.
How are you?
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Calling from Peace Island District in Congo.
What's on your mind?
Yes, what on my mind is the U.S. rate in the country. At least the government try and well only, and it will be able to help with the basic people.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Hello. Your name and where you call from? Let's hear you. You're live.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hello, my brother.
Yeah, hello. You're live on the show.
Yeah, I just want to comment that the president of the city mayor, the city is a computer claim. No, man, everything all up to date. At least we see everything is clean. We see every day of the country in the country is clean. I just want to comment and say thank you for your high level work.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Hello. Your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Let's hear you.
Thank you so much. My name is Josh up on GS Champ Committee. I got to see money, the term, some money. God, thank you so much. For long, like to see the day. Let's for long. I don't have a problem.
The line is. Hello, you there? Okay, I think we lost that caller. Wow. Too bad we lost him. But I see the CEO is here. CEO, welcome. Mr. Kennedy on the hearings and.
Yeah, these guys have refused to take my call, Nelson. Kennedy and Phoebe Henry. The only person that took my call today was Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, my dear, how you doing? Yeah.
Okay, how you?
You know, when you get friends in high places, you acknowledge them. Phoebe went to Ouagadougou now. He's speaking with President Traoré, so he doesn't know us anymore. Paul Kennedy.
Dr. Francine in high places?
No, Dr. Francine, I'm her friend. She doesn't have friends in high places. I'm her friend.
That international chairwoman. The national woman
the global chair? I mean, don't put me in situations. I'm talking about global chair on the show.
That's
the
true.
woman that global chair. The national woman.
That's very
true. Interesting though. Let me also say, I heard that you guys collected a lot of money, like doing Mr. Cummings now.
As because we were in charge of finance.
Yes, you was the vice chair on finance. How much you guys collected for the campaign?
They need to be audited.
No comment.
They need to be audited. So now Fubi suspension end. Fubi suspension end will auditing.
Fubi is joining the Unity Party, and he will be running as an independent candidate again. I received that information over the weekend.
Frozo.
I mean, everything I know about you, that's true. Don't even question you.
Now, how do you join United Party? Then you run independent.
I have text messages to this effect. Everything I know about you, that's true.
No.
I have text messages for you.
I have not made commitment to anybody.
Let's say we are not saying you have made commitment, but you spoke about it in certain gathering. You are thinking about it, whether you should join Unity Party.
No.
But you're not saying that you have signed any commitment yet. Huh?
I didn't speak in any gathering.
No, hey, Kubi, you know what I'm talking about, but let's leave it like that.
No, but I didn't speak in any gathering.
But it's not a bad thing if you did. It's not a bad thing. I think Unity Party.
No, but I have not. If I did, I will, but I have not.
Watch. I'm looking for the text messages here.
Mama, stand on trying to boho. Stand on trying to boho.
Why you can't mind your business? You are trying to boho in the man.
Trying to boho in your ticket. Is it Dr. Francine gone? You on your way? You leaving? Come on, ANC really going down. I don't know what.
No, ANC. Let me say this.
I don't know whether to win the 1.6% again.
Paul, let me say this to you. AMC is doing.
Amy, calling you Amy Center. Let me interrupt you for a second. Paul, who didn't even win election, talking about 1%. We really got battle in the country.
Yeah, but I wanted a 9%. How are you in Babylon race?
The idea is you lost. You joined
No, she's not talking about herself, Paul. She's talking about your political leader. Cummings beat your political leader. So you cannot argue. Your political leader was Dr. Mulba, right?
Yeah.
And Cummings beat him. So what's your argument in this?
Don't worry about that. I want more vote than my political leader, but we'll argue.
Imagine that. You need to be yourself.
But we'll regroup. We're regrouping.
You know, whenever you guys say regroup, it's not going to hold, because I can tell you
it will hold. We're regrouping. We're coming back. Lano is going back to come back. Again, they're coming back. Our coming back will be huge. Lano is the best third option. No argument.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. You listen to Paul Kennedy. This is what we do at the beginning of the show. You hear all these things, Nettie Francis service, all these things you hear, you just look at it and say, okay, you laugh. Because I must say to you, though, on a serious note, Paul Kennedy, I think if anybody take a young man like Dr. Mulba, I think they got a future for that party. I do believe he's very smart, and he's reserved right now. We're gonna have a time to talk about it. I respect him, but I think his first start to run for the presidency was a mistake. Now he people will say, well, he understands the system now, and he will make a better decision tomorrow. Probably he's gonna be on the ticket as a vice candidate, or he's gonna put this thing all in, and he will receive the support. But yes, my takeaway, Fubi, and only you should speak to this, not Paul. We still get 3 or 4 more years almost to go to 2029 election. I think that Mulba should find a woman and marry. Or else the Labrador people will not. No, seriously.
Look at it. I see why he's up when I talk to him.
Well, let me say my own. Listen, if you guys think I'm kidding, right? We can ask the people out there. Labrador men, Labrador women, the country Labrador, we do not need a bachelor in the executive mansion. We already done.
Why not?
Right?
Why not?
I mean, at the end of the day, we told Madam Sally because she was old. We understand that, you know, she's got everything. But right now, a young man that Dr. Moluba must go in the executive mansion as a bachelor. His entire staff will be female, and then we'll be having a problem in that executive mansion.
So you just talk about it.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
You just talk about his experience.
But how you can make argument like that? But let me finish that. Yeah, come on, man. I was very clear. I said after my argument, we go to Fubi. Ladies and gentlemen, James Etter. Am I making a mistake here, Nelly? Ryan can let's get it. Okay. You know what? We're not even going to open the phone line, guys. The conversation right now in 5 minutes, right? About Dr. Moba. What's his friend name? Clarence Moba, right?
Moniba.
Clarence Moba, thank you. Running as
Moniba.
a presidential candidate as a single man. We question it. I mean, he's smart. Give it to him. But why the hell are you single? Is that something you hide and we don't know about? No, tell us the truth. And this is when I get angry.
What he wants to take his time to find.
You know what? Take your time. When you get married, then you can't run to be president.
Dr. President, listen, the men that are getting very angry. Why are you angry about somebody's personal decision? The issue about getting married.
That is it. Dr. Moruba should find a woman before the 2026 election, 2029 election she met. So let's take this person. He will be a village hunting dog. Ryan Kamara is saying it. People are responding. All right? So let's take this person. PKK is, I don't know. Right. So let's go ahead and find some of this thing. Falling live this evening from Kakata. But guys, Cat City, let me say this to you. Talk to us. The man is young. He's smart, right? And Nelson, can you give me Dr. Moruba picture? Please get rid of me. The man got us confused.
I don't know why you're confused. I'm not.
No, I mean us. You are not because you know where you stand. I'm confused. All right?
Why are you confused?
He got to come on the radio. He got to tell the people that. But you asked me the question, let me answer you now. You asked me the question, Dr. Richard saying you asked me the question, let me answer you. Listen, Dr. Richard saying her given name, her pa and her man gave her, Francine Chenoweth, that's her last name. She went ahead and she married somebody's son. They call him Abraham Richardson. No, give me a chance. So her name changed right there to Francine Chenoweth Richardson. Nobody questioned that. Fubi got 4 daughters. He said he ready to get married yet. That's why he been losing. The man got 4 daughters. He lost in the election 4 times because he ready to get married yet. If he get married, he will probably win. Right? Let's go to Paul Kennedy. Paul Kennedy got his wife. 2 weekends ago, they were in Minnesota. He married. If Paul Kennedy tell any one of you other that he's not married, he's lying. He married. He's a married man, right? Don't you
get nothing wrong with you?
Don't you get the dollar before marriage? But I know Paul Kennedy West, right? He married. He's not single. Please, if you are looking at him, he's not single. He married. Take your hat from them. Man, I'll spoil your chances here.
I was married. I got married in 2018 and I got divorced in 2022. So
that's why I'm saying you got divorced because the reason why you got divorced because you wasn't serious. We shouldn't get to your story now. Hey. But Paul Kennedy is a married man. Okay, if you are looking at him, don't look at him and follow him married. He get his wife. She's hardworking.
I just sent Dr. Moniba picture to you.
So let me say this about Dr. Moba. But let me finish. That your presidential candidate, you will waste more. Therefore, never go to my brother Fubi and Dr. Richardson before we come to you. Dr. Moba, right? He ran on London ticket.
That's what the Constitution says.
There you go. Just young man, just look at him. And you won't put it in the mansion. You know what trouble you will cause?
That means a very studious and hardworking person.
If you take this guy and put this guy in the mansion, the UN, the ECOWAS, the Ethiopian, the Moroccan, you will see so foreign national doing foreign business in the executive mansion. You cannot.
Why? Because he's
this man, he must have a wife. He got a long time. If this guy, if he say he married, therefore he will not be a leader in Liberia. We can be, for that reason,
Why are you reducing?
For that only reason, I will campaign against him.
Why are you being mediocre? You are reducing the leadership of our country stagnant to the man's personal decision. Are you kidding me, Stanton? Is that how you pick leader?
So that's the reason why I will tell you this. The Bible says, if you're a deacon, if you're a bishop, you possess certain quality. Certain things should be upon you.
What about the priest? What about the priest that don't get married?
One.
So the priests are not leaders of the church?
You're interrupting me now. So I will just pass you because we got to do this. So you know, listen, guys. Yvonne, you know, I'm not screaming Yvonne, but you know what? I just want to set it right. This guy is my friend. Okay, he's my friend. But I think it's about time that the Liberian women beat on him that he should take one Liberian. He shouldn't bring non-Liberian into the executive mansion. If he married a non-Liberian, it's not acceptable.
The man to you are married to non-Liberian?
I'm saying he shouldn't. I'm not saying he married to one. I say he shouldn't. He shouldn't be that Joe we are. But anyway, we accepted Joe we are. So no.
Keep talking.
We accepted Joe we are. So no problem. I heard that anyway. I ain't going there. I heard that one of the directors went somewhere to get married to, but I ain't going there. Let me leave that word alone. For me. For me. All right. So Councillor Lefebvre, the councillor married, his wife is in Liberia. He celebrated his wife's anniversary. But he on the anniversary day, the man stay in Kenya. The man stay in Kenya.
So what?
But I know he going to Liberia anytime soon. I saw him changing his plane ticket. He should be in Liberia.
Councillor, they say that you want to worry Jesus, that one you worry the disciple. He's not taking that. He's not taking that cutting people here. He's not taking that cutting people here. Jesus said, listen, Peter get that here.
I'm gonna write that down and preach on it. You see what? They did not worry Jesus.
Yeah.
Why you worry disciple?
Captain Aguna worry about anniversary in Kenya. Now you worry about it. Who are you?
So Peter took the soul to customer here. Jesus, why you worry about me?
He's not going to make here and put it back. You don't let me put it here back. Because
that's why Fubi Harry can always talk. He said, don't fight for God. Because you can't fight for God. Peter was there fighting for Jesus, like, you know, he's talking a hero. So, man.
Powerful. So,
don't fight for the woman. The only thing the woman wants, Jerry respecting, fear him, all, believe in him. That's all he wants. All you fighting around the place for God.
Look at the other power interpreter. Just fear him, all. You sure that all?
Respect the old man. Fear God. Respect God. Honor him. Worship him. That's all he wants. That's all God wants. God is jealous. He already told you, I'm a jealous God. He doesn't want you to look at no other person besides him. He's jealous. So honor him. Pray to him. Worship him. Praise him. That's all God wants. Praises. That's all. And give it to him and see what he will do for you.
And show gratitude.
That's
all. God, thank you for today.
Yeah, but all joke aside, Dr. Clarence Moniba had
he served in government up to the Minister of State or portfolio level. He managed. He was the director of the Presidential Delivery Unit. Under his administration, the new airport was built. The gentleman has a very good track of leadership. He is highly. My man, forget a man, Jew, man. Wait, you're not married. Don't talk about married people here when we're talking.
I don't care.
Former married man. Former married man. You put your hand in here. You go put your hand in here. Right there. You former married man.
I got married and I got happy divorce. So I don't regret it too.
You put your hand in something, not able. Not for children. Married not for beginning. It's not for children. For men.
2119. Go read it.
Married for men. Not for children. As soon as scare you small, you start running away. Oh, no, you take a room with your finger. You're not man.
No, I accepted to get divorced. So I didn't run. I didn't
That was saying to you. That just small things scare you. That just small things scare you.
Wait. Y'all do it one at a time now.
But Reverend, I mean, you the Reverend here. That man say he divorced. Tell him say the Bible say when you divorce, you put a woman business, you are fornicating. Tell him that you're committing adultery. Tell him that.
You want me
to
tell him? Who we wait? You want me to tell him?
Yeah, I need you to tell him because you say you're the evangelist.
No, I'm not an evangelist though. But for this reason, if he say he cannot, and both of them do agree that they cannot stay together any longer, I think it's fair for him to walk away.
Let me bring the chapter.
No, it's not what you think. No, it's not what you think that is fair.
The man asked me. No, wait, but let me finish.
Paul, get in chair. I was telling you,
No, but wait. How you can have argument like this? Now you're bringing us to Jerry Springer now. One at a time. For me, this is what I believe. If you believe, Fubi, that it's okay for you to divorce, and you did, it's between you and your God. If you believe that, okay, I'm not the one going to judge you, but I think having a sexual relationship outside of marriage is a sin. So therefore, you have to remarry, right, to continue in that field. Other than that, stay where you are. I don't know what people are going through the Bible, and that's how it is. But Fubi, I'm not going to judge you. Let your God talk to you. The God that you serve, let the God decide for you, Fubi, not me. If your God says you can leave the woman and go eat something and eat community thing, that you and your God, not me. Yeah. I would not do that. I'm not a poor candidate. Though he wasn't married, but he was with this woman for 10 years, and he didn't marry the woman before getting married to his current wife, and the girl said, I forgive you. I'm not like my brother considered good.
But you see, Dr. Francis, they're looking at you. Saying you know
anything Paul, get a mention. Paul, get a mention, he talk, any chance.
No, but the man on the
that man is the chief disruptor on the show. We're getting chance to that. Let him talk.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end on this. We got some serious conversation to go through.
No.
But man, I want this show, but we're gone. But we're gone. But you can say no, but we're gone. You remember Serena Cephas here? Serena Cephas said he would not pay the $50. We play that video. You remember though? That originally said, I think you remember, right?
I remember.
Serena Cephas went to court. He said he would not pay the $50. The people lie on him. He would fight for it, right? Guess what happened? Yeah, guess what happened? The court said Serena Cephas would pay the $50.
Yeah.
They did it, man.
The court said Serena Cephas is guilty.
Because
he needed to go to court to know that he was guilty.
Because the thing's simple. Consider Cephas did not paid the registration tax money before the incident. That receipt that he showed, and Phoebe Henry even pointed out that night.
Yes.
The receipt shows that he actually paid the money on the, I think, the very day of the incident. That means immediately after they held him, he went to pay. So it post-dated the action or post-timed the action. So that's the reason why he was held liable. If he had paid that money, maybe around the 7, 8 like that, before the incident, I'm sure he would not have, the court would not have ruled against him.
So that's my problem, Dr. Richardson. Everybody, welcome to the show. We're about to start. You know we're kidding. We ask you please share the show and be part of this program. Because of you, we are here. But here's my issue. People say Serena Seafood is a seasoned counselor. Why would you make such a blunder? Why would you try to scam your way as if to say people don't know? I'm confused. Nelson, can you put that video up? Serena Seafood came in studio and he said the police officer was in error and he would not pay that $50. $50. And he wasted our time. He wasted the court time. He wasted the nation time of former Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia going to court for $50. And the judge looked at him and said, my friend, I don't know why the judge didn't even fine him for wasting the court time. How can Serena Seafood argue this? And now he put politics into it. He said, because I was a sedition, so they are targeting me. Yeah. I'm confused. I mean, let's give it to the police officer, and that's the reason why. Nelson, did you pull it up, Nelson? Nelson.
It's loading. It's loading. It's loading.
I beg you, Nelson, pull it up real quick. I want my Liberian people to hear this one. How can Serena Seafood, my dear friend Serena Seafood here, blame the Liberia National Police that they are targeting him? Are they targeting you for $50? So before we play the video, look, for me, this is serious though. This is how internationally the people look at our country to be a bad country. This is not a joke. I mean, if you're joining us and you understand what I'm saying, I really want to hear from you
now. All right. Councilor, you've been here. Why are you here? I see you've been pulled over.
This is a man. Action. No, I was not driving. Action.
But you were on board this particular vehicle, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. But why did he stop you?
He didn't stop me. I got down and then I was leaving. Went inside the building. He came and right away he stopped the car. He said,
okay.
The next issue he came, he raised, he said that our car document expired since April. It's just today the 12th, right? Mm-hmm. 12 days. We filed in for our car document. It's not a violation.
Is this your personal vehicle?
One of my personal vehicles.
One of your personal vehicles.
Yes.
But the document got expired since April 12th.
Not April 12th, April 30.
April 30.
Yes.
Okay. But there's no plate at the back. Is it because?
Did you hear what I said?
I just heard you. You said the space is small.
No, the place is big.
Okay, the place is big. Okay. All right. So, but what's going on now? Is it?
Officer is preparing the ticket. I'm preparing the ticket.
Okay. So the officer is preparing a ticket now. Okay. So officers of the Liberia National Police now preparing a ticket for the vehicle. As we heard from the counselor, this is.
I am taken back. And people say, but Stanton, why are you playing it? I'm playing it today because Nelson, can you put the check receipt up? Because that's what people are talking about, Dr. Richardson. I'm going to call Councilor C first. No. I think it's the right thing to do. He owed the Liberia National Police an apology. He owed the network an apology. He owed the Liberian people an apology. He said the government is targeting him.
Yeah.
I mean, Ellen L. Johnson, welcome to the show. Morris Johnson, welcome. D. Abraham. Now, guys, is it fair to say he should apologize to the Liberia National Police now? I'm asking you guys that following us by way of social media. Dr. Richardson, I'm taking back. Let me hear from Dr. Richardson when we come around. Let's hear from Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, what say you?
So, yes, I believe that he should apologize because he said that he was being targeted because of his political affiliation with the CDC. I do not believe that that was the situation. So in that case, he should apologize. I remember vividly that Phoebe Henry pointed out some discrepancies in terms of the dates on the receipt. It wasn't matching. It wasn't adding up. Okay, so something was funny looking on the receipt, Phoebe, and maybe Phoebe can add to that, but I do have that recollection. So yes, I believe that he should apologize for politicizing this situation.
Phoebe, let's hear you, Phoebe.
Muted.
I said before I talk about Sereno Seafood, I want to read Deuteronomy 24, verse 1.
Oh.
It said, and when a man has...
Phoebe, I beg you, hold on 1 minute. I beg you, Phoebe. I get a counselor on the line. Counselor, we on the show. I beg you, counselor. You want to speak to the document we received from the court today?
Before you speak.
Wait. That you were how you call it, found guilty of the charges that you took against the Labrador National Police officer.
My name is not on that something. Look at it. My name is not there. I'm the lawyer. You understand? Look at the headline photo. My name is not there. But the issue is when you lose in one, especially how they call it, a fast track court, you have a remedy at law. So we are exploring the remedy already. We have started. There will be a hearing on Wednesday. So that's just the first phase of it there, okay? But I don't know why my name has become a subject and predicate of the whole exercise. The truth of the matter, the vehicle belongs to me. Well, I'm not the one who is in the firing line. I'm only raising an issue and trying to set the record straight as all.
Yeah, but the issue is that you came to Spoon. You were angry. We played the video, counselor, a former SG. Yeah. You said the government is targeting you. You said the government is targeting you, and you went into the court of competent jurisdiction, according to your own portfolio. Oh, you laughing? And you folks, and the judge said no. Whether you or you were representing a client by the name of Papi, it's a both of you guys are guilty. Even for coming to the court, don't you think you just wasted the court time?
Yeah, listen to this. I like your characterization of what you wasted the court time. So if you have a challenge to any disagreement you have with anyone and you go to court, isn't that a civilized thing to do? Beyond that?
No. For me, it will be, but for you that know the law, that there you were the prosecutor, you were the only general prosecutor in the country at the time, represented the government. You know the book, you know the law, you know the Constitution, like I know the Bible. Then you want to convince me for $50?
It goes like this. Listen to this. It's not an issue. You know, the emphasis should not be placed on a $50. The emphasis should be placed on the act. You have a little red tag police officer who doesn't understand anything, and he goes about trying to raise, unnecessary noise here and there. But the issue is, what you start to do is that when you lost in one, you go to the other place. I said this case will go all the way to the Supreme Court. And I tell you, then you let me say that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Councillor Sereno Seafood on. He's speaking on the case that the court said he was guilty. If you remember this story, they say, "My man, go pay the $50, Mr. Seafood." And
I'm not the one. I'm not the president. Look at the caption of the case. Look at the caption of the case. That man there.
I mean, what lesson do you want the high school student to learn from this thing? I mean, you never had the proper documents, though. You never had the proper documents. You presented something that will expire. The next day, you went to LRA and got a flag receipt, and you did that after the fact. But now you are saying you're going to represent Mr. Joseph Papi, who actually was driving with illegal document, expired document. One lesson here you want the Liberian. Can you just apologize to the Liberian National Police for doing a decent job?
You sure you read the ruling, or it's an opinion? You sure you read that ruling?
Can you just apologize to the Liberian National Police for?
Let me tell you. That's I'm not too little and too small to stoop to that kind of level. You sure you read that ruling, Stanton? You sure you read the ruling? Because if you read it really, you will not be seeing where you're seeing people. Now, if you are going around seeking for apology for Liberian National Police or for a police officer, I think you're wrong. You won't get it from me.
Let me read just a conclusion. Wherefore, and in view of the foregoing, the operator of the vehicle with license plate number blank 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 and VIN number blank blank blank, Mr. Joseph Papi Moba, is guilty of the offense of no registration, section 3.2, caption, listen at expiration and renewal of registration, and he is to pay the amount of $50 US on the ticket issued him within 72 hours. And the flag receipt brought forward, listen at, and the flag receipt brought forward to this court before authorizing the release of his driver license to him. And it is hereby so ordered, His Honor Councilor Castle Zuba, George Memorial Traffic Court. What else you want us to know?
Yeah, listen, you show that you read 2.7 and not 3.7. You show.
But what else you want us to know? What's your argument here tonight?
No, you said 2.7, but listen to this.
No, I said 3.7. It's right here, section 3.7.
Yeah, you see exception there? That doesn't have an exception.
Okay.
There's an exception. There's an exception to it. To the ruling.
Why can't you, as a former SG, help the country to be better? Now, if I were the judge and you represented your client, I would say to the traffic school for 1 week to go teach voluntarily the Liberian students and drivers that just come in the system because you broke the law and you represented your client and you wasted the court time. But to tell you the truth, you know, I still love you. You're my friend, brother. But I think this one was in your favor, and I think the judge's ruling was correct. Fubi.
Are you sure the case is over?
Fubi, we got a counselor. You got something, Paul? You got something to say? Counselor Gu, you got something to say? Yeah, sure. We got a counselor on.
You sure the case is over?
Well, stand on. That's why I wanted to speak even before Dr. Richardson, because there's an issue of law. It's good for us to speak to it first before people give their opinion.
Well, we got a counselor on, and you want to ask a question or speak to it?
No, I'm coming. Councilor Sifa, almost the same thing that he's saying is what I would say. I would not say anything far from it, because he has remedy under the law. That is the first stage. You take appeal. So that's why I didn't want for Dr. Richardson to say he should apologize. No, because the matter is still in court. That's just the first stage. I was only saying that the reason why the court was ruled against him was because of the time the payment was made. It was not before the incident. It was either on the day or after. And the another thing that he raised also, he raised the issue about the grace period. They have, I think, 1 month expiration time. So if the grace period didn't elapse, during the period of time, whether you can still find the person when he's running within the grace period. So those are two things: the payment and also the grace period. So those are issues that he raised, and I think for me,
we gotta go to Paul Kennedy. Are you done?
Yeah. So I think for me, like I said, it was good that this matter went to court so that that particular issue, the issue of that grace period, can be taken into consideration. Whether the time that they gave the 30 days that they gave for registration after the expiration, whether the person can be fined during that period, whether that window also is given to the person to drive the vehicle, and before the money is paid. So those are things I think that.
So Councillor Good, I said that the council should apologize for politicizing the situation. He should apologize for saying that because it's a
Okay, for the
situation.
political side. Okay.
Yes, I didn't
All right.
address any of the legal.
is looking for congratulatory messages and apologies for people. You can't get it from me on this issue.
Okay, Mr. Ramada, thank you.
All right, Chief.
It's a political platform. If it's not an intellectual platform, it's a political platform. They're looking for apology for institution. Certainly, it can be from Serenian Seafors. You know me.
Mr. Seafors, you cannot go around calling a hard-working police officer names, okay, which you did, and I didn't like that. I don't care how little or how small a person is in our society, they are due respect, and that's what upset me.
No problem with that. I'm saying who understands exactly where I've come from. I'm saying the instrument that was issued to my vehicle has a lifespan of 1 year. It was issued on the 24th of April 2024. It's on it. The date of expiration is April 25th, 2024.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor, thank you, but yes, the issue though. Paul, you want to come in? Now we got a receipt.
Senator, thank you. And good evening to Councillor Seafors, very well respected legal practitioner in our country. I'm disappointed tonight, listening to Councillor Seafors, who said the policeman did not know anything. I mean, for him as a lawyer, to condescend a humble policeman only doing his work, I think that was not a good utterance coming from somebody who served as a Solicitor General of our country. That's one. The second thing is, I'm sitting here waiting for the Solicitor General to show me in the law where there is a grace period for moving vehicles in the street or mark of the Republic of Liberia. I challenge that anybody under the laws in Liberia can tell me you can move your vehicle for 30 days unmarked, unregistered, expired in the street. That's a moving violation. And if that law exists in Liberia, I will be asking that they trash it out because it does not make sense. I could get a vehicle in the street and say, okay, my registration expired, but since I got 30 days, and go and create harm in that 30 days without my vehicle being marked and run away without being identified. And this councillor is telling me that he had a grace period under the law. I challenge that. Another thing, councillor, give me a chance, let me finish, please. Councillor, please let me finish. You already started instructing the police people. Start. Let me finish. let me finish, please. So I will, there is a law that any object that is not registered, moving object, a vehicle, cannot ply the streets of Monrovia. I know of that law. But for there to be a law that gives grace period of 30 days, that is the law I'm challenging. And I really want somebody who is a legal practitioner to present that law for us to see it. But I think the councillor has a right under the law to go to seek, a legal chance when he's given a ticket. You can always challenge a ticket.
But that's not the argument.
Whether you're right or you're wrong, you can challenge it. But my challenge.
Go ahead, Councillor. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
The regime requirement for registration of vehicle process is periodic. You should take that into consideration. So if you went today, like for example, we registered, because filing for our registration on the 9th of May, when we had a grace period. And we got a document on the 13th. So in the certificate that they gave us, we put a May 13th to May 12th. It's only May 13th to May 12th, 2026. If you look at section 3.7 of the Vehicle and Traffic Law, I'm sorry, this is not a quote. It tells you that initially the purpose of registration was always maybe, for instance, January. And most time people would not afford. So let's assume you register in January. Then you have up to December 31st. And then you have a grace period of 31 days, which is January 31st, 2026. So if you register, because they use the word periodic, they didn't put a time frame within which to register because of the national situation. The framework of that law said it should be periodic. So if you register in August, maybe the 4th of August, the following year, the 3rd of August, your document lifespan would have expired. So you have that time to September 30th to regularize your document. In our case, when we realized that our document had expired and we had a grace period, we did apply for new documentation on the 9th of April, as clearly demonstrably shown by the registration that was given to us. When the police officers stopped, surrounded, in fact, there were a group of police officers that had embedded in their operation, journalists so clearly proposed to us that were targeted. I was not in the car at the time. They surrounded the car. I had a meeting to attend at a hotel.
Yeah, but you explained that, Councilor. We got to go. You explained that already, Councilor. I beg you.
So the issue is, for example, if you read the ruling that the judge, wrote, and we respect the judge, we have an obligation to respect the court. What he wrote is different from what the prosecution presented. Look at what the prosecution presented and look at what he wrote. So that constitutes a reversible error. We are challenging that. We said, Your Honor, this is not what came to court. This is what you rule on. So we do have a remedial law. Now, in exercising that right, we quietly go to the next stage.
All right, but Councilor is still having you. We gotta move on, Councilor. I believe you're gonna exercise your right. That's what you do. Yeah.
Yeah, in closing, you will not get any apology from me. And if anybody thinks that you use this platform for PR purposes for people in the police or anywhere, certainly it can be me, because I've never been, and I'm not even seeking anything from our current arrangement. I'm okay. If I can get a dollar here and there, it's okay. As long as people
nobody's saying you seeking something, and the network is not talking to anyone as yeah, but the network is not talking to anyone as to do a PR. We don't do PR. But what happened here is that at the end of the day,
and the PR to say apologize. Especially then you don't know CFOS. If you know CFOS,
yeah, but CFOS, another thing I want to bring to your attention before you leave us. You were in Nigeria, you and Councilor Kabina Jane, concerning the case involving the Liberian Guinea national. You want to bring us up to speed?
Thank you. The prosecution or the Department of Prosecution actually stay away from the proceeding. And the Guinean government, in their returns to the application that was filed before the ECOWAS court, made it clear that the entire exercise of armed insurrection allegation that was made by the Liberian government. In fact, the Liberian government who said they wanted to use the men as a tool to cement relationship with them. So the Guinean government, in their return, said they had nothing to do with that. In fact, they are demanding 100 million CFA francs for the kind of embarrassment that it.
So, Councilor, let's take it easy, because I beg you. The reason why I bring this up, we have some friends in Guinea that sometimes relate our program. Help us understand. You went to Guinea, you and your associate, Councilor Kabina Jane, concerning the Guinean Liberian national that was secretly turned over to the junta. Am I correct?
Absolutely correct. But we didn't go to Guinea. We remain in Liberia and link with the court through Zoom, and I did a presentation of our argument.
So let me push with this now. Were there any representative from Guinea or Liberia on that case? Were there any representative?
the guy appeared on the screen and you were lying down in bed with a sofa in your hand. He didn't talk. The Liberian government, there was no representation. So the court asked us to proceed. The court said they look at their records.
Who guy was lying on the bed, Councillor? Who's the guy?
It's the lawyer from Guinea. I think someone Kamara.
Okay.
He was lying down on the bed. We saw him. Yeah, he was lying down on the bed. But what he did was that he filed his returns to the application together with all the law issues and every other issue he depended on. What was the central issue in his application, in his return, was that Guinea should not be held accountable by the Liberia. All the monies and everything that were taken from the men, they had no knowledge of the Liberian government that turned the men over to them and claimed that the men wanted to overthrow in Guinea. And so the Guinea government needed 100 million CFA francs for the kind of embarrassment that will cause. That is contained in his application. I mean, in his returns to the application.
So
he said,
can we confirm whether this man that was turned over, is he alive, or can you give us any status? Is he still alive? He was turned over secretly at 3 a.m. in the morning, and we have a recording, video recording. But is he still alive though?
Yeah, well, listen to this. The ECOWAS court have done something and have introduced certain things before the ECOWAS court that is now a subject and part of the proceeding. For example, who will know the first group that ever filed an application for judgment review that was made. So in this case, I filed a petition for writ of habeas corpus. The judges were arguing and saying, "Oh, this is not a number here," and I said, "No, this is a code of law." So even if they have the dead body of the man, let them bring the justice. Janet and I argue. We said, even if they have the man dead body, let them bring him. And the court said, well, the petition for the writ of habeas corpus, together with the application, will be consolidated and will form cases. So they gave me 15 minutes to argue, and I lay out the issues. For example, under chapter 8 of the criminal procedure law, the process of extradition that clearly and distinctly lay out how it's supposed to be done. There will be an application to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The application will be sent to the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice will designate a prosecuting attorney who will now go to the prosecutor writ, and they will arrest the person that arraigned him before the court of law. If you read the case, Millie Kemu versus Republic, is a 2007 opinion of the Supreme Court of Liberia, you will find out the procedure that will be followed when it comes to extraditing people. So we made it clear that it was purely an abuse of authority on the part of our government to have under the cover of darkness without the knowledge of the court, and in clear violation of chapter 8 of the criminal procedure law, of all the procedures that are laid out for them to have taken the man out of the place and took him to Guinea. They admitted that they did that. Now, they brought documentation. Those documentation were never verified or challenged before a court of law. So the ECOWAS said they will look into the matter and will make a decision, a determination. Now, I regretted one thing, and the thing that I regretted was we wanted a real argument between us, or between and amongst us, with the Guinean people and the Liberian government. But unfortunately, the returns of the court record shows that the government of Liberia was served and return served, and ultimately, for strange reasons, they stayed away. So it was the case of Guinea. They showed the man you were lying down, and they brought him there with a big sofa in your hand, and you were on this. Something he didn't say a word. So they asked me to open the argument, and I opened the argument in justice. And of course, the only thing we prayed for was that we were not so much contending whether or not he committed a crime. Our object and purpose was that if you say he committed a crime, you should bring him before a court of law to be tried so that you can produce the evidence. And if you really have the evidence, then you must produce it so you can convict the man. What they did, they took the man $177,000 US, took 2 cars for him, took a lot of things for him. And they wrote, they said, according to the rate, they said the man was planning. They didn't say, they said the man was planning, they said he was in the process of recruiting. They said the rate. So they said the man recruiter, they said was in the process of recruiting.
So let me ask you a question, my last question, and the rest of the team will call me. Councillor, if you were at the position as former Solicitor General, You who have been the one representing Liberia, am I correct?
Absolutely.
But why our government refused to send any representation? Why?
I think I remember oversight or blatant disregard for our exercise, but equally, the guy who is a Solicitor General is like a brother to me. We are friends. He has a lot of work on he has a lot of things on his plate. So it's obviously I want to suggest to me or surmise that he forgot or maybe they didn't do it.
ECOWAS case and he forgot. Dr. Richardson, let's do this right. And then Vandana Patrick, welcome to the show. Can you please turn off your television in your back, please, sir? Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, so was an oversight.
I like the spirit that Councillor represents. He's representing he's representing the unjust, and in the same spirit that he represents the unjust, like he's looking for, justice for someone who didn't get the opportunity to use due process in court. I want him to use that same spirit to the police in a traffic affair. I just want him to say, I'm sorry.
No, move now, Dan Richardson. The message is saying I'm sorry. But Dan Richardson, this case is a big case, right? If you remember the Guinea National that they told,
yes, I do remember.
Is that the Liberian government refused to send a representative to give reason why the men were transferred, the men were extradited, the men were sent over to Guinea. Isn't that a concern?
That's very concerning. We should have a country that respects the rule of law, and this is not happening. So I'm happy with that. We have someone like Councillor Janet and Councillor Sifa who are in the country who have their eyes open to make sure that someone, whether you're Liberian or Guinean, your rights should be protected as long as you're on our soil. So I'm happy that he's doing that work. That's what
Fubi, Dr. Richardson, thank you. Fubi, you have anything to add in a question? Let's go.
Before I go,
Fubi, you want to be fast?
I don't have interest in that case.
Oh, you don't have interest. Paul Kennedy, you want to add anything?
No, well, I was trying to flip the question around. The councillor said, the Liberian team did not show up, and you started off the question by asking if, he was Solicitor General who would have been the one judging on behalf of the Liberian government. So I want to follow that question to say, will you have attended on behalf of Liberia in the position to make sure that this case come to an end? And do you think that the accused or the guy who was turned over at night is still alive, or is he feared dead?
Thank you. This way, if I were the Solicitor General, and if I were asked to say, for example, according to the records of the court of the criminal who aid the judge ruling is there, it clearly casts aspersion on the attitude and the procedure that was adopted, especially in extraditing a man under the cover of darkness. So if I were the Solicitor General, I would insist that there should be a formal request from the Guinean government through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent to the Ministry of Justice, and then we designate a prosecuting attorney within the Republic of Liberia, who would then go and secure a writ and then arrest the person and bring him to court. And that proceeding will be hard in the court of law. And for some reason, we'll try to convince the court why the person is so dangerous and why the person has to be extradited. Under some of the extradition treaties that we have signed, it's always stated, for example, they say if the crime committed is not, for example, is not a political crime under section 8B of the criminal procedure law. It says that if it is for a political offense, then the person cannot be extradited. In this case, if you say the man is trying to explain the insurrection, that is a political offense. So, because the Republic of Liberia does not want to be a party to any arrangement that would lead to the summary execution of any citizen for whatever reason. So if the issue is a common criminal activity, a transnational crime, that's why you can extradite the person. But if it is a political crime, if you check the criminal procedure, then you cannot extradite the person. In this case, I think it was an egregious violation of the basic fundamental rights of this guy, absent due process. And the procedure that adopted by the Liberian government was wrong. egregiously wrong. And that's why our challenge, if you see in our prayer, our challenge is to the procedure adopted. And we said if you have, once you stated it was a political insurrection, you had no authority to have extradited him to Guinea because they will kill him. Obviously, you will be a party to that. And the Republic of Liberia have always stayed in such an instance. For example, John Lee versus Republic of Sierra Leone. You see the NLR.
Thank you.
The government of Liberia refused to take him over to Sierra Leone on grounds that the issue was accused of a political offense.
Thank you. Let me bring Councilor Go. You want to add something here, Councilor?
A few questions. Councilor Sivas.
Yeah.
Have you seen the guy that we're talking about? Have you seen him? Have you spoken to him? Do you know where he is?
When he was alive in the cell under the custody of the criminal code A, I had an opportunity with permission of the court to visit you on 3 separate and distinct occasions with Councillor Kabina Mohammed Janet.
That was in criminal code A. Since he was allegedly taken to Guinea, and you took up his case to the ECOWAS court. Have you seen him? Have you heard from him?
No, I only took up the case to the ECOWAS court when he was already summarily extradited under the cover of darkness, absent and without the knowledge of the criminal code A.
So if you took his case, So if you took a case to ECOWAS court on his behalf without seeing him, under what authority did you assume that responsibility to proceed to ECOWAS court on his behalf, since you have not seen him?
The presumption that he was still alive, on the presumption that he was still alive, and on that basis, I indicated that we should file, in addition to the application, with a petition for a writ of habeas corpus, which we did.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councilor Group.
Last question. You were in the past regime, and there was this guy from Sierra Leone that was accused of wanting to overthrow the Sierra Leone government. He was turned over to the Sierra Leone government by the government of Liberia without being extradited. Can you say that particular decision taken then was wrong?
You and I were in Nigeria, so I wouldn't really speak to that. There were some excesses of the regime that clearly, distinctly opposed, but you can't use it assuming that is the condition. It cannot be a condition precedent for determining the extradition of people in this republic. This has been discovered in the independent state.
Can you say that decision taken then was wrong?
I was not in the country. It was wrong.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
In this case, listen, go. Before you go, in this case, the man was already under the custody of the court. In that case, the man was never under the custody of the court. They were in hot pursuit in international law. They were in hot pursuit across the border, and they interacted with their colleagues, so they took him away. So no court took full control of him. So there are 2 separate distinct occasions you're talking about here.
Thank you. I just need you to respond. Follow. Thank you.
Patrick, can you come in? Thank you very much. VP?
Good evening, Councilor Sifat. Good evening. It's good to hear you again. How are you doing, Council? Are you hearing me?
He said he's good. What's your question?
Okay. So, Council, my understanding is that after this man was accused of the crime, he was taken to court and that in prison at the Monrovia Central Prison. So, meaning he was under the jurisdiction of the court. Suddenly, he was taken from Monrovia Central Prison straight to Guinea. Are there legal provisions that the court can use to compel the government of Liberia to bring this man back? And if the government refuses to bring this man back, What can the court do? Honor our law.
Thank you very much. You know, there are three separate and distinct branches of the Liberian government, but coordinated in nature. For example, and most times, let me say this for the record, and you can quote me. You know, under Article 50 of the 1986 Constitution, the president is head of government. So the president can interact with any branch of the Liberian government with or without even public knowledge. He can do it in any form, manner, and shape. When it comes to the enforcement of the law, it's the executive branch of the Liberian government that does that. When it comes to the interpretation of the law, it's the court or the judiciary. In this case, the court said it was taking the bag that the president on its custody, who was being held, was taken out of the court, out of the jail, without the knowledge of the court. What the court needed to do was what it did, it ruled and said this was totally an irregular process adopted by the Liberian government. But who will enforce that judgment? And the same government of Liberia, and the same executive. Who was the court accusing? The only thing the court can do is the court can hold in contempt the Solicitor General and the Minister of Justice. That's what the court can do. But the action already been taken. First and foremost, the mayor was gone. So our only remedy at law that we decided to pursue was to go to ECOWAS court, to go to another jurisdiction and raise the issue, which we did. And thank God the Liberian government wrote and said, and if the man was in the country, Guinea was coming to attack, you know, they kind of street talk. And Guinea was coming to attack, what the government, Guinea was coming to do this one. That's why they wrote. When they Guinea, they served them their returns to the application. Guinea wrote and said, we didn't know anything about it. They claimed that the man wanted to walk through here. That's what Guinea said.
But
and so the man wanted to walk through, bring it man. And now they carry
wow. So the Guinean junta government is saying Liberia lying. Then I mean, what's the interest of the Liberian government to turn him over to the junta if the junta is saying Liberia lying?
They said maybe I need to one day ask the senior counsel to give you a copy of that. I'll share with you or read it because we did a translation here. And they said first and foremost, they challenged three things the Guinean government challenged or first, they said they cannot be held accountable because they are not a source of the information of alleged armed insurrection in Guinea. They are not a source of that. They have never made that. Now, they say under Article 9.1 of the Guinean Constitution, Guinean citizens have the right to assemble at any time and hold opinion is there. They said the second issue they raised, they said, look, assuming we took the man, which we actually did, but we just go at the behest of the Liberian government. So we can't be held accountable for the fact. So let's assume you said in your petition was read in your couple that the man is either presumed dead or alive. What authority do you have to raise the issue when your own government deliberately turned the man over to us? You should support what they have done. They brought the man to us. Charlie, they said, pay 100 million CFA francs for the kind of embarrassment he caused us by exposing the Guinean government to the international community when you know within yourself that it's your government that delivered the man to us. So then, yeah, what we did, yeah, man, respond. The response we incited, we said, the fact that the Guinean government will ask for 100 million CFA francs clearly demonstrate that the Guinean government is using people, arresting them, holding them at ransom. They want to come back, we said, no, but that's what you wrote.
So, Councillor, we don't have enough time. I want to bring in Uncle Sam. But
I get one more question, sir.
And then Patrick, Councillor, are you telling the nation tonight that the Guinean government saying the Liberian government forced this individual on them? They didn't make any requests. No. I'm asking you. You can use anything. You can use anything that falls within your portfolio as the former SG. I'm saying to you, what you are telling us now, the folks that are not legal, it sounds like Guinea sitting down somewhere in Liberia say, "We gave the man to you." Is that how you want us to interpret it?
Believe it this way. They said, and I will quote that they said, the issue of insurrection was never originated from them. It was the government of Liberia that brought out the issue and turned the men over to them. And the fact that we carry them before an international forum and try to embarrass them, we should pay them 100 million CFA franc.
Wow. Further?
And our response to that is that they're asking for 100 million CFA franc. Clearly shows that they're now arresting people all over West Africa and bringing them to Guinea and then demanding ransom. That will argue, that will respond to that. So we said they should take judicial notice of the demand that is being made and the expression that the issue of armed insurrection did not originate from them. We said the court should take judicial notice of that. But we said if it did not originate from you, why then you didn't refuse ownership or custody of this man? Those are issues that we raised. We said you should have refused custody of the man, since indeed and in fact you were not the one who started the whole process. Then when we turned to the Liberian government, we said, Liberian government, you were in error on grounds that the issue of the man being accused of is a political issue. And under chapter 8 of the criminal procedure law, it says when it has to do with political offense, the government of Liberia will not turn the person over to a foreign country unless it's a transnational crime.
DB. Yeah, so Castro, I want a detailed explanation with reference to how your client was arrested. According to you, when I listen, I stand to be corrected, that he was in the process of recruiting people to overthrow the Guinean government, and that the sum of some 127,000 was confiscated from him. I don't know whether that is true, but if it is true, in the process of his extradition, was this amount also sent to the Guinean government when he was extradited? Did you have any information about that?
The environment of the rate of arrest that was issued, the environment of the rate of arrest claimed that they took 100,000 from him, but the man himself on record said first they took 25,000 from him, and then while he was in detention, they went to the house and took 30,000. Then they took 2,000, but how much did they return? Of the total 177,800 that they took from the man at the price time, the material, they wouldn't return 2,500 US dollar. That's what they return. So the issue, the burden is on the government. In fact, it's part of our prayer that the government of Liberia should pay the man 177,000 and should pay the man $10 million for damages. And I think so many other things. I can't really remember everything that we put there. But the environment of the rate, I'm on the air for you. The environment of the rate says that the man was attempting to recruit to carry out armed insurrection in Guinea, attempting to recruit. So he did not recruit, was planning to recruit individuals to carry out armed insurrection in Guinea.
So thank you very much. Uncle Sam, can you be the last on this one? This is some kind of big issue that the Guinean government denying the fact that they requested this man. Uncle Sam, talk to us.
Well, lawlessness is not only in Liberia, it is all around the world. I mean, in the place where we could go complain to get any kind of justice with international support, the United States is now being run by a convicted felon who summarily extradited a man to, I guess, where El Salvador, claimed the man was MS-13 and all that kind of stuff. So, this is the kind of gangsterism that exists in the world today. And we just have to bite our tongue and accept it and move forward, because we don't have any more international setting where we can go and call people to book on these illegalities. So, I mean, it is that's the way it is. Hopefully one of these days the world will be restored back to judicial sanity, but right now it's just a very crazy world. That's all I have to say.
If you want to say, Councillor, we'll bring you and your colleague in, Councillor Kabina Jordan, that we can speak more. I am taking back that the junta government denying the fact that they put in any request unlike what the National Security Advisor said to us, Kofi Woods, that this man was a threat, he was a danger to the region, and he was recruiting. And here we are today. The Guinean government said, listen, you're forced this guy out.
That is plausible deniability, Stanton. That is
Uncle Sam.
I just want to remind you.
Hold on 1 minute. Uncle Sam, hold on 1 minute. Do you want to speak? I will be quiet. Uncle Sam, wait. I will be quiet. You can say what you want to say. Then when I'm ready to speak, please don't interrupt me.
Okay, look.
So go ahead.
No, Stanton, I'm reacting to what you're saying. I mean, it's called plausible deniability. The junta people are extremely brilliant. They will never accept the fact that they requested this man and this man will turn over to them. That's plausible deniability because they know there are not just some legal consequences, but there are some issues of liability going further, going down the road, you know. That's not plausible deniability. They will never ever accept to concede that they requested this man, and Liberia will never ever have given this man over to the junta if the junta had not requested this man. That's plausible deniability.
So let me say this. Yeah, you will go last, but let me say the councillor. Yeah, hold on 1 minute, Darius. My argument, my point, that's what we need to do it right, Uncle Sam. Okay? You bypass the court system. 3 a.m., you ship this man to Guinea. Who look like a fool right now? The Guinean government or our government? The Guinean government say you force this man on us. We've been running water. It's a plausible deniability now. Who look like a fool, like people that don't know how to run a country. So I agree with you. The Guinean junta will deny this, but what becomes for our land leaders in the country? So the issue is that, listen, this is an ongoing issue that now the government refused to show face. The representative refused to be part of the court process at ECOWAS court. If the Guineans, they are lying, then why the representative cannot show face? That's another trouble again, that this government not respecting even the community rule of law, the regional rule of law. Let's face it. You can't even show face and defend the government. But Darius, ask your question, and then the councillor will leave. Darius.
So the question is to Uncle Sam or maybe the council. What would be that reason? They are already considered junta, lawless, they hijack authority, they are ruling undemocratically. Why would the junta government want to deny? Why would they want to deny?
Are you asking me that question?
Let the councillor come on. Uncle Sam, wait. Let the councillor speak because he got to go. Councillor.
Let me say this. You know, all the countries in West Africa that are part of the ECOWAS bloc, whenever they appear before the ECOWAS court, they try to play, that gentleman game or trying to be, we're running the responsible institution, responsible government. In fact, even though we are a junta, but we're dealing with the constitution of Guinea. But yet the catchphrase is that when the guy ruled and said they can be blamed for what happened because they were not the whole exercise did not originate from them. I countered that. I said, let's agree that this did not originate from you. But you have in your custody the person. So if it did not originate from you, turn the man over to us. The second thing I said, if you said this was not your making, then obviously you should have refused. You should have the right of first refusal to say, no, we don't need a man because for all the men doesn't pose a threat to us. But once you receive the man, then you are as well capable for whatever offense or other things or the abuses that were committed by the Liberian government. And they co-agree with me on that. Because if you said you were not part of the arrangement that led to the arrest of this man, then you should have refused to take custody of the man. But you didn't have the man in your custody, then you say the thing originated from Liberia. We can be held accountable when you still have the man in custody. So that was game they were playing because they knew when they were before the court. I don't know whether the lawyer they hired to file, whether you ever talked with the junta or that was his own opinion or that was some of the legal gymnastics. I don't know. But I think that was purely a contradiction.
Thank you very much.
We are not the source. Yeah, we are not the source of the whole exercise. Yet you have the man in the custody. Yet you didn't issue a refusal or to say we can't take the man. So
thank you very much, Councillor Serena Seafors. Councillor Serena Seafors, we want to say thanks for joining us this evening. It's always good having you. Thank you a lot.
Yeah, so can I answer his question now, Stanton?
Augustine, hold on 1 minute. Serena, thank you a lot. Let me just say this, folks. That was Serena Seafors, the former Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia on the issue. 2 issue. 1 is the TK. We all understand. I do believe the councillor was in error. 2 is this junta transfer to Guinea. Of course, indeed, a lot of errors were made. So the government, when they appear by Zoom, the government refused to show face. Now, I'm puzzled. Why would the government not show face? This is ECOWAS code we are talking about. Why would its government that should uphold the rule of law, both nationally and internationally, not show face? Uncle Sam, answer, then we got to close up on this.
So, yeah, look, Darius, a junta doesn't call itself a junta. The PRC was never, they never called themselves a junta. They called themselves the People's Redemption Council. And any other military takeover, they use populist terminologies like a People Liberation Group or something like that. The junta does not consider itself a junta. In fact, they believe that they're part of a democratic order. So, I mean, clearly, and also the international image is extremely important to them because they have to trade, they want to attract investments, and they want to be to put a human face on this military regime. So they never call themselves a junta, and they always doing popular things so that they can soften the image of the military regime to the global community. Thank you very much.
And again, we want to say thanks to all of you. Welcome to the show, Honorable Gray. Like always, we dive into this issue. Whenever we bring folks here, we dig into what they are doing every day and we bring it up. I'm surprised, though. If you want to add anything, you can. That the government refused to show face. After the turnover the Guinean, the Justice Ministry refused to represent Liberia. What say you, Dr. Richardson? Can you unmute, please? All right, let's go to Fubi. Fubi, you want to add anything on this? Why there were no representation, Fubi?
No, I don't have anything like this.
Something about this case, Fubi is in Ouagadougou, so he chose not to speak to this. Paul Kennedy, is there anything you want to add?
Yes, the case is getting complicated. From my layman understanding of it. So first of all, the defense lawyer is saying that the man is nowhere to be found. They've not turned and they expect or they are suspecting that the man is dead. But then they're still asking the people to refund $10 million to the man and give him $200,000 back. I wanted to ask the lawyer, to a dead man, since you got a suspicion that the man is not even existing, he's not around, they have not been able to show you this man for you to see him. I mean, how could you be saying the man, the man money should be refunded? And in addition, you are holding the Guinean government liable, to pay $10 million. But then from the Guinean government side, they are shifting blame to say, listen, first of all, we didn't say that they wanted to bring insurrection in our country. The whole news about insurrection is news coming from Liberia. We are not the one proposing any of such nature. So we actually just believe that, this is made up by Liberian government, but yet instead, when they turned the man over to them, they took the man in, and now we can't find the man. So somebody is playing a game here. I don't know whether it's the Guinean government or it's the Liberian government, but I think the councillor and his team should continue to push to the extent that they will bring, this case to light. Because the last time I listened to Councillor Janet on this network, he said he can prove that this man is dead. I personally asked him, how do you know? He said, we have intel, we have access to security information, we know that our client is not alive anymore. So, it's a big deal. It's a very big deal, Stanton.
Councillor?
I didn't really want to speak, but the reason why I asked the question is because I'm a bit confused as to how the action was filed, especially so when you don't know what the client is. Because he had a case for the client in Liberia, in another jurisdiction. So to move to another jurisdiction, you need to have the acquiescence of that client. So when he talked about the issue of habeas corpus, I thought that he should have been raising issue before the courts of Liberia to bring the living body of the man who was in the custody, right? I don't see it, and then I see him going to the ECOWAS court. So on the what? Because at the ECOWAS court, if you're going for on behalf of a dead person, it's obvious that they must have some kind of authorization. And, but the person is dead, and it means that his family must authorize you to file the action on their behalf. So a dead man cannot file an action. A dead man cannot have a client by himself. No. You understand it? The only dead person that can have client, I would say, is in a criminal case where the government of Liberia is prosecuted. You understand it? And then you still have to have some private prosecutor or prosecutors to help the government to proceed. So I'm a little bit confused. I don't want to go in depth with the case because
thank you very much. Let's do 30 seconds. We got a lot to cover. I want to bring this up. Thank you very much, Councillor. Abraham Sharif versus Republic of Liberia. The Republic of Guinea, the applicant's petition is based on human rights violation, extrajudicial action, and forced disappearance from jail while in the custody of the Liberian government. I think what is happening here is that they sue both Liberian government and the Guinean government on this one, right? Whether alive or dead, they sue them because they want them to give reason why they should believe that this man is dead and why he was forced all of the country to be sent to Guinea. Now, it's so complicated. I will agree with all of what you guys are saying, but a government that have rule of law, that respect the rule of law, why would the government justice system on an Oswatwe skip this one? Refuse to represent the office and the country. It's troubling. Why would the Guineans say we did it? Now the Guinean can lie. It's okay. But for the Guinean to say that we didn't ask for him, your government forcing on us. That is to say the Liberian government now owe the Liberian people an explanation. Is it true that this guy was forced all of Liberia? If you look at the man's birth certificate, he does have a birth certificate. I'm going to pull it up. His grandfather was in Liberia. We have the photo. But how can the Guinean government say we're sitting and mind our own business and your government forced this man onto us? Then now you want us to go to Guinea and say, bring the man back? You cannot give the cassowary to the goat. And when the goat enjoying it, then you say, take the cassowary away. You must kill the goat. So I think we're in a serious problem. The government owed the Liberian people an explanation. The Liberian will be walking from Ivory Coast, from Burkina Faso, from whatever. Liberia will turn you over, and they will not say anything. Somebody got to explain this. What kind of national security issue is this? That people just quiet. And now the Guineans saying we didn't ask for him. But again, to each his own. Fendela Patrick, Uncle Sam, Darius, and Honorable Gray. Then we'll move on to the next one.
So, CEO, I think we are missing something here. I'm not too sure that the crime of trying to destabilize the Republic of Guinea can be initiated or executed by a single individual. Was there anyone in connection with this plan apart from the individual that was extradited? Was he quizzed? If it is alleged that he was in the process of recruiting people, what were those processes? Did he engage someone? Were there groups of people that, bundled together and leak out this information? I still believe that an individual cannot plan such a thing and execute it individually. There are people that might be connected to that. But overall, CEO, I think it's a threat for we, the ordinary citizens of Liberia. Guineans will perceive us to be different As someone who lived in the refugee camp in Guinea before, during the war here in Liberia, when rebels attempted to cross Guinea and they flushed them out, it wasn't easy on us. The Bererouche, the Gendarmerie, they went in camps, arresting, beating. Some of the refugees were killed in the process. With this ongoing debate, I am afraid that in the event, you saw what happened between Guinea and Sierra Leone. Recently, there is bad blood at that Bolo end. Then on the side, these people, they don't joke. They say, oh, the Liberians try to recruit people to bring war here. I'm afraid for our brothers and sisters who are in Guinea or who might want to travel in Guinea. Already with our war, these people don't joke. They are very corrupt. When they tell you, say, they missing son, whether you right or not, when you beg, they keep increasing. I think it's a problem. For me, I'm concerned about the safety of our brothers and sisters who are in Guinea. If there is any chaos today in Guinea, we pray it doesn't happen, but they will say they have an evidence because Liberians were in the and our government arrested somebody and carried them there. I'm speaking from experience, CEO. During the refugee days, they beat us. So I think this thing needed to be looked at carefully rather than being, politically undemocratic.
Thank you very much, Vendetta Patrick. Uncle Sam, can you close on this?
Yeah, look, let me just respond to Vendetta. Look, we want to live in peace, but let's just be very clear. Our 14-year wars were fully supported by Sierra Leone with the Ulimo K, Model by La Côte d'Ivoire, MPFL by La Côte d'Ivoire, and Guinea, LURD. Okay, but we want to live in peace. Okay, and we should not support any acts to destabilize another country. But here is something that is very important. Understanding you keep trying to say this government supposed to be a law-abiding government, and you seem to be saying that goat escaped from the barn, or American making say the horse escaped from the barn. This government is not making any more pretenses that it is a lawless government. We passed that stage already. We passed that stage when they went to West Point and they faked the what they call it in these warrant, right? Then they went and they illegally removed a speaker. Then they went to the jail in the middle of the night, and they what they call it in these extra rendition of a Liberian citizen. Their government is not pretending anymore that it is for the rule of law. So that should be no more pretending. There's no more pretense. This government is using raw power to maintain power, to stay in power, and to rule us. So just forget about that. Senator. This is they ain't got no shame, no more shame in their game about them being a country of laws or came to rescue Liberians from the tentacles of injustice. That is long gone. It's finished already. Thank you so much.
Well, then I think our country is in trouble. I think there's a serious issue happening here. If you can let us all those issues and the country just sit there and people just believe that honor the justice system, and nobody should question anything, and these guys will come around tomorrow and say it is well with our soul. No, it is not. Darius, let's hear you, and Honorable Gray will speak.
Yeah, so good evening to all of the panelists and our people who are listening and following the Spoon Network. But CEO, like I said, every day you wake up, there is new development. It's either about corruption or it's either about the breakdown of the rule of law. Something negative every day is about our country and our governance system. And this is regrettable. Now, This is the government and the justice ministry, a justice minister who read the constitution upside down, plucked our country into 6 to 7 months of legislative impasse, only to suit the interest, the political interest of what we now have as a regime speaker. He was able to read the constitution upside down to interpret. The justice minister held more than 25 press conferences. Today, our brothers are languishing in jail without trial for the alleged burning of the Capitol building as the result of the justice minister interpretation. But yeah, we today, the very justice minister cannot appear before ECOWAS court for voluntarily, according to the Guinean government, for voluntarily giving your citizen to be tortured and now, as alleged by the councils, to be killed. You cannot go and represent. You cannot go and explain why this young Liberian was turned over. What will happen tomorrow? As the Guinean government have come out now to say, we did not ask for this man. The government of Liberia willingly donated him to be executed or to be tortured. What will happen? The ethnic group of that man tomorrow come up. We are going somewhere that is not called for. Why would the government, through the justice ministry, cannot go and represent, to go and explain, to go and counter the argument of the Guinean government? It is so unfortunate, CEO, and we are in a very bad spot. The rule of law has broken down. Everything, corruption. I mean, it's so frustrating.
Thank you very much, Cyrus. Let me bring in Honorable Greg.
Yeah, let me say good evening to all, good morning, and good afternoon to everyone on the platform and those who are out there in different parts of the world, even those who are in radio land. But I haven't listened to the conversation I've been monitoring, even including the lawyer. They say something important about this administration. An administration of anarchism, a government that doesn't respect the rule of law. The country is head or scatter. That form of government is a pure anarchy form of government, totally anarchy form of government. What is scaring the individual in question is said to be a Liberian, according to his lawyers, according to Councillor Janet, according to Councillor Cephas, according to his family. The claim is that he's a Liberian and not a Guinean. I would have understood if Guinea or the junta were requesting for a Guinean because they have jurisdiction over their people. But the state took an oath to uphold, protect, and defend the territorial confines of Liberia and all other citizens. So if a Liberian citizen cannot be protected by this government, it speaks volume about anarchism. It's not only restricted to the individual that was 10 or people have cataloged a total collapse and breakdown of the rule of law. People may agree and people may disagree. But I know the population has agreed. Breakdown of the rule of law is not just going to court. Even extrajudicial killing, unexplained death, mysterious killing, all of those things are of concern. I believe that going to the ECOWAS code, I don't think they are in error because there are families, and Councillor struck a very important thing. Councillor Wu said maybe a family, but is evidence, prima facie, that his families are in Liberia. They are Liberians. Some of them live right to Ghana's era there. They gave eras where the guy lived and where he grew up. For the government not to appear at the ECOWAS court
is also a sign of irresponsible administration. You neglect your responsibility as a state and decide not to appear. It's a government of irresponsible people. We don't need such a justice minister or solicitor general who cannot ably represent the country. Lawyers can even defend somebody who executed someone. Yes, they got a lawyer. Who didn't know how to do that thing? I was teaching Kude last time. Say one of the reasons why I was afraid to become a lawyer when I was growing up, they say one lawyer died, they can die. The apple can leave open. You know, when I was talking to you, I think 3 or 4 days ago, I was just laughing. Okay, when I was in elementary. So Guden can even defend when you execute someone. Guden can defend. Maybe at that time you're in your subconscious state. So why will a responsible government escape the execution of its citizens, quote unquote, allegedly? Why would the government shy away? What kind of people will got in the country? You can't go and defend. That's what the lawyers are paid for. That's their responsibility. They cannot shy away from their responsibility. The Minister of Justice, General, you can send representation on behalf of Liberia. But I think the government is a government of anarchism and very irresponsible, neglecting of responsibility as a government.
Let me put this up. If you zoom in, that's the birth certificate of Mr. Sheriff. Again, the man said he was born in Liberia. You know, that's his birth certificate from whenever. His family pictures, I'm trying to upload them. This is concerning. We ran with this story, and people just think that it's a joke. But you got to understand, what these folks are taking back, well, the Guinea people say, we're saying, not mind our business. Your government begged us to take this guy. $177,000 that was on him. They took it away, 2 vehicles. They took it away. And whether he's alive or dead, that remains to be a question. But listen, the government is quiet about it, though. ECOWAS called the government and consider fire. They now SG, no reply, but they show that they received the ECOWAS communication. The Justice Minister, as usual, careless. And here we are again, talking about breaking another portion of the rule of law.
No, but Senator, let me tell you.
No, you spoke already. You spoke already.
No, because
I beg for us to move on, please. We got plenty to talk about, my councilor. I beg you. All right, so let me bring this in. Something happened about the survey, which is trending. And I think it's only fair for us to discuss the survey. I beg you, councilor. Let's move on. I beg you, my brother.
Yeah, I agree, but then don't make the exception the government didn't respond. The government responded.
Yeah, but excuse me, councilor. Councilor, when you speak and we close the speaking time for the topic, let's move on, please. Or else when I move from here, I beg you. All right. 50% hopeful and 50% hopeless. So Martin and myself were going back and forth, and it's out there on the Afro barometer. I really want to hear from us today. 50% hopeful and 50% hopeless. It's trending in all the chat room in the country today. A lot of up and down. Then I woke up this morning. One of the chat room had 387 messages, Fubi. 387. I couldn't go back to read it all. So I just came through. Then I started receiving a phone call. You know, Sender, are you not taking part in the chat room? I said, no, because my reply in that chat room will be quite different. I saw a lot of people fussing. My own brother Carlos Great too, you were arguing in that chat room. But yeah, it's my take. Where are you? And Richard said, I don't know if you want to go first or you want to go last on this one. But where are you on this survey that was done 2014? Right? I will put the actual document up. But I love to promote my brother Martin Cordy, write the newspaper. Wrongful dismissal, no. We are talking about the 50% hopeful and 50% hopeless. Richard said, where are you with this new form of survey yet?
So I'm still processing the survey, but I want to sort of look at it a little bit more closely in terms of the methodology of it. I see there were about 1,200 persons interviewed. They were interviewed about, I think, July, August of last year. So when we look at that time frame, you expect that it was a recent election. A lot of people who have been feeling hopeful for this government because it was that's the election they had just won. But the survey results, the findings are telling us that people are 50-50, which to me represents where we stand in our country right now. Is a divided nation. Whether you like it or not, the survey only spoke about that, and it needs to be addressed. And how the question that we can beg to ask: how can we do this? How can we address this situation? Instead of people coming to attack others who criticize the government, speak to the issue. Do we need a leader who will come out there and speak to the people of Liberia quite frequently? It seems like that's what we need. You need to be telling us about some existential things, the purpose of living, about our mindset relating to corruption, about hope. Nobody's doing that. That's what a leader does. A leader inspires others. I don't see that it's done at the level that require a change in the way how people are thinking. What I'm seeing is people are just getting angry because we're talking about something like the survey result. Somebody's getting angry about that. So until we have a leader or tell them to stand up to do what leaders do. Leaders accept responsibilities. They don't just brush it off like you're talking nonsense. They accept responsibilities and keep working for the people of Liberia. But yes, the survey did say there's 50-something% hopeful and whatever, hopeless. So it shows us that the country is divided.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. A lot to take away from this thing, and I'm just going to take my time with, because when I talk, then I will be interrupted again by my counselor. Again, it's very, very important for you to know that this service is a lot. Phoebe, this one you got to talk on it.
Well, yeah, I will talk. I didn't want to spend time on another topic. But before I will use 30 seconds to read Deuteronomy 24:1 from our main part, and I'll continue. When a man has taken a wife and married her, and it comes to pass that he finds no favor in her, let him write a clean bill of divorcement and give to her.
And then why are you allowing Phoebe to waste our time?
No, he almost done.
Why is Phoebe wasting our time?
No, that scripture, that short scripture is done already.
No favor in the woman. Let for the record, the counselor here, he found no favor in the woman.
Phoebe, please get back to the issue. It's very important.
Yeah, back to the issue. Back to the issue. So like Dr. Richardson said, the survey was conducted last year, and so fair. You will have a lot of hope stay being there. People were still angry about losing the election, and also people were happy that they won the election and hopeful that things will surface. The government will improve, because the time it got between July to August, I said roughly about 7 to 8 months in the government. So the government was still in a honeymoon period. So people will be hopeful. Then the 50% that were now hopeful, probably that those that lost the election and angry why they lost the election, and sometimes some things were not going their way. Some of them were laid off. Families were being vexed because their husbands, their wives, and their brothers and sisters have lost their job and other stuff. So you have that kind of issues going on. But I think it is fair. We look forward to another one for this year. I'll come on next year, because this same report came out during the CDC regime at different points in time, and the government at the time and the partisans for the government at the time blasted and they were vexed and say, "Oh, this is an opposition and an opposition survey," because I think at some point Taiwan was involved with the Afrobarometer group, so they blame it on opposition issue. But at the end of the day, year on year, the government ignored the results of this survey and other surveys that were done from independent people. Some of us were doing our own surveys in the market with this same video, recording of interviewing people at random on the streets in the marketplaces, and people were airing their views that this is how they see the government and things were not okay. but the government at the time said we're hit position, we're jealous of Judge Weah, and all kind of stuff, as though our taxes that we're paying him, it meant nothing. By the end of the day, the people spoke at the ballot box. And today, we have a new government in place. The government then were talking about 36 years, 24 years. They were not interested in leading well, but they were interested in how long they would stay in office. And that's why we want the government focus on the economy. I think they will see the same trend happening now. People are talking about 2029 and not focusing on the economy. Focus on the economy, you can address and solve most of the problems. So I think it's fair. Let's see.
Guys, please give it your best shot because we have to run with the time. We exact 10 individual here, including the producer. Let's hear from you, Paul Kennedy. This survey.
Thank you, Senator. I took a look at the one pager, which is the report that you put in the room, in the chat room. I'm still trying to dip more into getting, a final report.
I'm sorry, everything is in the chat room, Paul. 3 pages in the chat room.
Yeah, on that 3 pages, now I was not able. So we saw the confidence ratio, we saw the population sample size, which was 1,200. What I didn't see is, and I deduced that it was a primary survey because they according to them they did it face to face. But what I didn't see is where, what was the location? Did they go from county to county? Did they call, did they only do the 1,200 people in Monrovia? So it's inconclusive. I mean, I still need a lot of, reading to be able to find the methodology of how they got over to all of the folks in that 1,200 population. It will serve me well to understand that before I can make any further, analysis of the report.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Paul. Thank you. We'll wait for next year, 2026. Maybe they will come up with the new methodology that will enable you to make a clean analysis.
If that all they got there inconclusive, then they really need. They didn't tell me whether they want to Bapolu, how they got it 1,200 people. I need to know that as a scientist.
I mean, that's your area. Thank you very much. My brother Councilor Go.
So, Stanton, thank you. Whether the Southern in Keba and they did a survey, or the Southern in West Point and did it, the survey shows that 1,200 persons were spoken to, and different percentages came up. First one is that there's 50-50. 50-50 in terms of how the economy is currently. I think is or maybe leading. So 50% say it's going well, 50% say no. With that 50%, it means that the regime has dropped a little bit. It means that the opposition has claimed because the regime won election with 50.6 and the opposition was 49.4. So if they're now at 50%, so it means there's a 0.4% growth for the opposition. And, as we say, we don't want to say CDC because at the end of the day, I mean, it was a compromise and process in the runoff. So different parties join different areas. So the opposition will take it as it is. They are 50-50. So they have succeeded when it comes to the issue of people who think the country is okay as we are. But then there is also a little hope for the regime. And the hope is that there's 62% of people who believe that things will get better. So the regime hope, even though they're slipping, it's almost like in economics, what we call the diminishing marginal utility. Total utility going up, marginal utility decreasing. So you will see that there is a decrease into the rate of the in terms of how the country is currently, but there's an increase in hope. So let's wait and see. For me, for the next few months or the end of the year, we'll still have we're just joining the second half, right, of the year. Let's see what will be done between June 1 from yesterday up to December 31, and see what sample that we can get. We've seen all the other samples from the radio station. They go into the market. We've seen it that it does not look well for the government. But this is a reputable organization that have been doing several samples before. So they have come up with this one. This is the first major one they have come up with. So let's agree that there is plus on both sides. The opposition has given 0.4 in terms of the current state, and the government is having a more percentage in terms of people hoping that things will get better. So I think there's
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Federa Patrick, let's hear you, my friend.
So, CEO, I had a time to read the newspaper, I think specifically the Front Page Africa, in which the report was published, and I just landed on the page anyway. But this morning, in many of the chat rooms, I was asking myself a few questions. What was the purpose and intent of the survey? Because the purpose will determine the outcome. What necessitated this? In the crafters of this survey, the APR barometer group, what were they thinking about before coming up with this survey? Meaning, before going to conduct the survey, what was the purpose? It's almost like, scientific work. I'm going to investigate, but what necessitated, that process to conduct this survey? I was concerned about that. Secondly, the interview people, I was concerned about the geographic location of the country. Monrovia is not Liberia. I think the number is about 1,000. Did they go across? Maybe a few populated countries? That's good. Secondly, what were those questions? Because sometimes, CEO, if I want to get certain result, the questions will be formulated. Whether I can give it to UP, I can give it to CDC, I can give it to ANC, LPP, whoever, I will get the result, because the questions that will be developed will automatically give you the result that you want. So for me, I want to read this report in totality, but be it as it may, I can safely say that given the challenges government face from time immemorial, not just this government, historically, a government in this country, as soon as you win an election, you have 50%. The other 50%, you have to work for it. If you can't perform, it will continue to reduce until you go to the election and perhaps you'll be defeated. Few things. This report was conducted, I think, 2024. Of course, after elections, there are a lot of expectations. People will be hopeful. As I speak to you, there are some opposition leaders. There are people from other political parties, collaborating political parties. They are still hopeful that there will be factor in the government. They are checking before 2025 ends. I think something will happen. They will get some kind of consultancy. Things will happen. 2026, 2027, some people will still be hopeful. Even 2028, some people will say that we will end the regime. But what I can say is that I think this result, I don't want to condemn it yet. I want to read it in totality. But 50-50 is not a good thing for the government. Given the economic challenges, remember USAID are pulled out of the country. The level of what USAID was doing in this country, it was huge, it was significant. I have not seen an influx of companies coming to open, factories. One of the problems we have in this country, in which the government in time past and currently have not been able to address, is youth unemployment. I call it early migratory law. Let me just end on this. Early migratory law, the former SRSG in Liberia, on March 15, 2015, she said, and I quote, if the Liberian government, present and in the future, cannot address the issue of youth unemployment, there will be a consistent political instability in this country, and according to her, she foresees potential chaos.
Thank you very much.
CEO, we cannot talk about this 50-50 without mentioning the issue of youth unemployment. I think for me, the government has to work hard. It's a bad one for them. Consider.
Baby, thank you very much. Thank you. Uncle Sam, let's hear you on this survey,
Well,
sir.
I'm a member of the American Association of Public Opinion Research. This is a fraud. You don't release a survey months after you conducted the survey. It's dated. It has no relevance to today. So clearly there's a political reason why it was released this time. You conducted a survey about a year ago and you just releasing the results today. No research institution does that, especially the public opinion. Doesn't make any kind of sense. Let me tell you, Labrampo, what this is all about. There is nothing significant or big for this government to say, this is what we have done, right? For my water there, and my Sarah there, and my Annie there, and Uncle Flomo there, to be pressing the government about. So they've begun now a series of things where they want to what? To counter the narrative of failure. So what they do? Class reloaded. They bring in their ministers to interview ministers, not independent journalists to interview the ministers, but they interview themselves, which is what they call is a pep rally. Then they do some other stuff too. They spend an inordinate, when I say inordinate, they spend too much time on Facebook. Every last one of them. And they're creating all these chat rooms across the thing where they spend hours a day. I mean, I'm old, I'm retired. But why would I want to go spend 10 hours on a chat room? I can be so many things I can be doing. I can be reading, I can be watching TV, I can be going to a restaurant, I can be leaving my house, I can be doing a lot of other stuff. And
Was it the monthly
30s
taxing?
and 40s and 50s, and you're spending 10 hours a day on social media to try to counter the narrative. What you should be doing is spending 10 hours a day. We, the taxpayer, paying you to do the work that you were elected to do. And then instead of you coming on social media, okay, and bragging about your achievements, independent people will be talking about your achievements. Job Walker will be on the cover of the New York Times. It was being Bloomberg. Newsweek will be carrying it, and BBC will be carrying all this news about this fabulous and dramatic change in Liberia from the previous regime or since the post-war. That means something is happening in Liberia, something big is happening. Look at Burkina Faso, where we may not like a junta, but TikTok, Bloomberg, all the international market, and then the spirit of Black unity around Ibrahim Traore is tremendous. So don't be coming to come and tell us you're doing great. Show us what you're doing. Show about the numbers. Show us about exactly what you're doing. So this is a fraud. Quote me. My name is Samuel Polypheus Jackson, a member of the American Association of Public Opinion Research. Now, this is a fraud. You don't release a public opinion survey way months after it is conducted. So it is fraud. It is dated. It is irrelevant. It is purely political.
So you approve this message.
Thank you very much, and Uncle Sam approved this message. I'm going to go to you quick. Akaris Gray, we'll bring in Darius later. Welcome to the show, Isaac. We have all the information coming up. We'll bring it up to you, but this whole survey thing, I really want to say my piece. Like Uncle Sam, I would just wait for my time. I think it's okay. Honorable Gray, say it on now, because I would just wait. My mouth itching that reaches him, but I'll wait. Go ahead, Gray.
Oh, it's a pure public relations stunt. Let me repeat. A public relations stunt. There have been barrage of criticism of the government over the last few months. The masses are crying, including partisans of the Unity Party. The PR strategy of the government has gone into oblivion or tata. And as a result of that, the defense mechanism is being entangled So to disentangle the government being caught in the web, to take the government out of this web, to create a disentanglement so that our hands can loosen up, so that they can have some little breathing space for PR. Like the senior comrade said, Samuel Jackson, after almost a year of this, you come and do a publication. Look at even the time, they even damage the government more. 6 to 7 months into the government, you do a survey. That's the honeymoon period of every government. We call it the honeymoon period. And those who did political science or political studies will tell you the honeymoon period where people are more forgiving after elections. People are more reconciliatory after elections. Political leaders ask their group not to issue strong water statement against the government because the government is just taking seed. Religious, community, stakeholders, everyone comes in sympathy with the government. There are people who also think that the government will give them jobs, so they don't talk. Patrick said that importantly, so they play the whole bag. So for the first 6 to 7 months into the government, that happens to be the honeymoon period. If the government cannot enjoy a honeymoon period, it says a lot. That report puts the government in the dangerous and devastating movement that the country is not only divided, but you have created more poverty. The rescue is dead in creation and doomed to failure. That's what it's saying. So at this juncture, when President Boyka is talking on two sides of his lips, the mouth, so, and Kun is talking from this era, and everything about the government is childish, is irresponsible. All of the commitments they made to the Liberian people, they have failed to even have a single signature project. They have failed to emancipate the people economically, socially, and politically. The agricultural revolution is dead. Full self-sufficiency that they boasted of, tourism that they boasted of, respect for the rule of law, everything in Tata. A pure dysfunctional government. So what they have decided is that they have just contacted one of their partisans, who is a surrogate, and I want no apology of the Unity Party, to release a barometric report. It's a barometer. I say barometric report. At this critical juncture, who are you fooling? Sam says something very important. When you see the generals of a revolution now on the front line fighting, it means the war is rough. I will not use the program. That means the war is rough.
Listen there, let me talk my own too.
Eh? Start up. Yeah, that means the war is rough. And the foot soldiers are retreating from the front line. So you will see ministers, you will see managing directors, you will see president, you will see vice president. Even when you go get $2,000, you got to announce it. So the generals now are on the front line because the foot soldiers are giving up and the generals are being executed, politically executed. Patrick here executing them, St. Jackson here executing them, I said do here executing them, even Councilor Gu and my man Fubi so that I don't want to talk about Dr. Richardson because she's already in the opposition, she has her own political front. So those generals are on the verge of being captured. So they say, look, what do we need? Come up with this report, send tomorrow morning. Yeah, imagine the broader report, send tomorrow, maybe Labro will be a member of the United Nations Security Council, then we'll run with that other wrong. But those are ephemeral behaviors. That means the behavior are short-lived. It doesn't live for 2-3 days. Ephemeral PR strategy are not powerful enough.
Thank you, Honorable Gray.
Government 50-50, you know what it means?
Honorable Gray, thank you. Let's move on. Again, thank you very much, Representative Gray. We'll come to this on this issue. But I don't know, something crossing the wire that today there was a meeting here between President George Bonawea, the former president, and Mr. Alexander Cummings. The takeaway from that meeting is moving as fast as a lightning. I don't know, but I can confirm that we will discuss it and that today
wait now. Wait, let me do my own talking. That today. Wait now, great way. We just want to say that today something strange happened. President George Mano, we are the former, and Mr. Alexander Cummings of ANC. This thing people been talking about it for a long time, but something happened today. And that meeting lasted in a way that a lot of conversation, a lot of things were discussed, but we will get back to it. I don't know what's happening. I can see all the faces right now, but we can announce to you that today, the former President George Mano and Mr. Alexander Cummings of ANC met today, and they had a long dinner meeting. We'll give you an update. Let me say my piece before I say jump in. I don't know about this survey. I don't know about the survey in a way that, number one, I will say you are quite correct. I will say I respect you even more. That this thing, because it was so delayed, something just doesn't smell right. You know, when it quack like a dog and flap like a dog and swim like a dog, just believe that it's a dog. It's something about this survey. So what you want to say, right? I'm not going to attack those that conducted the survey and agree with Paul Kennedy. He needs to know this before he can speak. Whenever it comes to survey, I'd exclude Paul Kennedy because he needs to know the in and out. That's what he laid for. But let's come to the issue. Why was the survey done? When was it done? Where was it done? Let's ask all these questions. The why, the when, the where, who conducted the survey, and which survey was done. Now, having said all of those things, let's come to some understanding here. Who benefit from the survey? I want to ask all of you, who actually benefit? Who are the main beneficiaries from the survey? Opposition or imposition? And now when we ask the question that Richardson imposed, oh, but Stato, why are you going there? No, I'm asking the question from my own understanding. The survey was done when President JMB took office the same year. They waited to release the report a year after. I got no problem with that. Uncle Sam does. No problem. But within 6 months, can you imagine? Don't tell me that 100% of the people are hopeful. That's not my concern. But in 6 months, I want you to look at something, and maybe I'm making a mistake. Please help me to understand. I'm begging you. Joseph Yuma Bwaka Unity Party, 50.64% won the election over the then President George Mano Weah, 49.36%. This is from the National Election Commission website. That's the page right there. What did the survey say today? Today, the survey said the country is split 50-50. But 2023, that the Richardson, election time, people walking in Pupu water, Joseph Yuma Bwaga, Mr. President, Ambassador Bwaga at the time, were beating George Mano Weah. Look at, listen, what Paul Kennedy, I beg you. My fellow Liberians, we are in trouble. I say we because we supported Joseph Yuma Bwaga. If any UPS wrong with this survey and celebrate, I'm concerned. Vendetta Patrick, 2023, getting all of the election. George Mano Weah, data, have 49.36%. In less than 6 months, George Mano Weah caught up with President Bwaga. President Bwaga, 50.64% erased. So it means that take out that 64 and put 00. So if you are not concerned, if you are sitting home and you are UPS, you are not concerned, then we are about to split the Red Sea open for us to go through. Sensitive, listen, 50%, no, that Richardson, that you the data. This is where Ambassador Bwaga, we're going to put it right here. And this is where Joe Manawia is. You see this? Let Joe Manawia, instead of President Bwaga going up, but Joe Manawia coming up. And Joe Manawia now, even the school right here in 6 months. So Joe Manawia and Joseph Bwaga on a level playing field now. In 6 months. Let's do another 6 month survey with the same trend. Uncle Sam, what do you think we want to be at today when you do another survey right now?
You asking me?
I give you 5 seconds on my time.
Okay, so there it is. Everyone knows about something called a honeymoon table, a honeymoon period, which is the hope for period. And everybody said, let's give him a year. And they were going to start to look at things much more critically after a year. So this survey was done 6 months into the honeymoon period of Juma Boga, and he only managed to get 50%. 6 months.
He didn't go up.
He didn't. No, I'm saying it's like not just not going up
with him.
Look, because they are independents, right? They are UP, the CDC, and other people. The fact that Joseph Yimai Boka did not rise meteorically above, the CDC in terms of public perception 6 months after the election is very troublesome. Very troublesome.
I will say this: the first round election, there you have it.
Yeah.
The second round of the election, President Bwaga won. I am troubled. If you go on the street, and what Mame, I called Mame today. Mame says, I can't come because the results are troubling. When you put people on the street, Vandana Patrick, and the people express themselves, then they say, but I stand on, put people in car to go to real life. But this is the fair result from the street. It's 50-50. And the 50-50 is only going to benefit the opposition. And imagine you going in the field of play and you having Joe Manuel, we have to be even with you in 6 months. I'm in trouble. And I want all Liberians to understand what we report here on the show is fair. When you send the young men in the marketplaces and the people speak up and say we are troubled, they are saying it from the better. It means that they are telling you this government is not performing. Now, let's talk about the hopeful part. Imagine it was 6 years, 6 months into the new government. The people are still hopeful. Ask them whether they are hopeful after 1 year, 6 months. Are they still hopeful? Listen, don't tell me your methodology, your chemistry, your science, no. Let's just make it practical. It should be more troubling right now to see that President George Biden have even passed. So what I would advise my UP's brothers and sisters, let your work speak for you. Double up. You cost me, that's fine. You insult me, that's okay. But if you cannot double up this year, but this time next year, you will find George Manawia or the opposition having 53, and Joseph Yimai Boga will be falling down to 47. Because that's the fact. The people are suffering. The people are tired. The people say we have given you enough time. All we see is $3,000 of fuel generator. All we see is your lawmakers then being so corrupt. Let me just divert a little bit or digress. I beg you guys. I spoke with a young man called Willie Monga from MCC. Today I was privileged to speak to him. It's troubling at MCC. I spoke to him. I asked him, I said, can I say that I speak to you? He said, yes. He called me. He said, CEO, the one who used me as a sacrificial lamb. He said, I beg to go stand in for LACC. He said the operation at MCC was the doing of John Cherry, the mayor. He said, we get the document. He said, CEO, please allow the people to allow me to talk. I'm not sleeping home, I'm on the run because they're after me. I told him, I said, you don't have to be on the run. He said, my lawyer is coming, but my lawyer will take me to LDCC. He said, but one thing I want you to tell the nation, ask LDCC and all those that are investigating to ask for the bank records. You want to sit down and blame me? I should be helping you guys. The people are not happy. And this government, if they cannot do better, it's a problem. And he said he will call me back. He want me to say it. It's not I'm saying it because he said I should say it. I said, how you call your name? He said, my name, Willie Monga. Money that man or man that money, something like that. I'm a boss man. I said, how long you been working with MCC? He said, 15 years I've been here. He said the FD program on a UP with Merbro, we spent 5,000. He said on a Jefferson Koji and CDC, we spent between 10 to 15,000. He said on this government, we spent almost 200,000 for Kennedy. If we're saying this thing and people just lie, you know, come on. He said, see, I will give you everybody names because I don't know what I will see tomorrow. Let me say it to you. He said, it's troubling. You think the people making a mistake when they say they're hungry on the street? Nothing they're making a mistake when they're saying that, things are bad in the country. JFK is bad, no dialysis machine. If God save our state, as we hear from the rest, I don't want to take your time. You know, we got another 20 minutes to go, man. But we hope this government can do the right thing in the right direction. Go ahead, Darius.
Yes, so CEO, you have said it all, and nearly all of the panelists. I agree with Paul Kennedy, Uncle Sam. Look at the date of the survey, taking almost a year plus before you release this this report. That alone undermines the survey. But what interesting is that you found out Mo Ali posted, you found out Patrick Owner posted, Stephen Johnson, all of the UP guys are running with the report. They did not take into consideration that this report have shoot the Unity Party government in its legs. They tell me 1, 2, what the report says that they're running around with. They say 50-50. They just running around with 50-50, but they don't know what is 50-50. The 50-50 is 50% of the respondents in the survey say the country is going in the wrong direction, not the economy, the wrong direction. And 50% say the country is on the right trajectory. So half of the population say the country is going in the wrong direction, and half of the population saying the country is on the right track. Come to the economy. They are telling you that 45% of the people are saying the economy is fair, is good. But then there are 48% that are saying it is terrible. That is a big difference. 45% say it is good, 45% say it's good, 48% says it is terrible. So why will rescue people even be posting this on their page? Why will you be posting such a report on your page? I have to say you are not reading. 50% say the country is going in the wrong direction. 48% against 45% says the economy is sluggish. There is hardship. People are suffering. But this is why they're running away. The hopeful. 61% say
there is hope. What? When 50 say the country is sinking, and 48% say the country economy is terrible, is bad, and you are saying of the total 61% say there is hope, how can there be hope in 2025 when the US rate, when the exchange rate is in 205? How can there be hope when the president, the vice president, and nearly all of the government ministry budget have increased compared to 2024 budget? Do the statistic, go and research. How can this be hope for our people when every day live interview on the streets, the people are saying the country is hard? Now, are we to trust this report?
Got 2 more to cover. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We got 2 more to cover, please. And let me get an answer to close up on this. Minister Do, welcome to the show, and thank God for your promotion. You got a new job. You decided to announce it.
My cash app coming to kind of raise hell, man.
Amen. Me like hey, you will not share nothing.
My cash app,
I see my cash app too.
But by the way, I come to Minnesota.
Everybody said a cash app. The brother making say 7 figures now.
Our chat room thing you can't bring here.
I went to Minnesota. That man had from me and seeing. Then he said, "What? You go there, you go there, done." Young men like me, listen, young men like me were in Minnesota and see the man. Oh, Papa, like you
for him. Nobody wants to see you, but let you.
You say young man.
I want to be sure I can deal with this, and then we come to the personal side of it. So I want to read this.
Yes, sir.
Definitely very stingy.
Like I've always said, our brothers from the other side are in a very bad shape. You know, they are just looking for any rope to hang on. Once you put small rope the way, hang on there and say, yeah, we see rope now, you see? But it's not easy. Let me read this small thing. Now, I'm not going to base on this report thing. We'll talk about it. But it says, 1/3 of respondents say economic conditions have improved over the past 12 months. I want to end right there. This report was from July to August. About 5 months when Joseph Boakai took over. So did Joseph Boakai play medicine for he to be there 12 months, although he was 5 months, 6 months? Like our people today, it's not easy on our brothers, you know. It's a tough thing. So again, 1/3 of respondents say economic conditions have improved over the past 12 months. And this, according to them, was conducted from July. Joseph Boakai was like 5 months, 6 months in July. Right? Let's leave it and go to the next issue. Uncle Sam said it, Stanton said it, everybody that said it. Please go and find me a report or a survey that was conducted 1 year before it is released. That survey, that small, big survey, it is. But the fun to it is that about 24 hours after our friends and brothers from the outrage youth camp that the people can call Zogo, but we can call Zogo, when they wore the fan shites and they had their banner to go appreciate President Boakai, 24 hours later, another report came on and said, oh, the country juicy. But even President Boakai said not believe this trash. No, President Boakai doesn't believe it. And when I was seeing our friends post on Facebook, then quickly let me into this. I remember a story that we had when we were coming down in Marion County. My big brother Francis Doe knows about this. We were at the pump trying to pump water. The pump couldn't bring no water, so we're trying to find someone who can fix the pump. And lady was there saying she knows how to fix pump. So we then asked her to come and fix the pump. Then she said, oh, you think I know? I come in, let me go for my degree in the house so you can see it. We said, Mama, no, we want your degree from the house. We want you to fix the pump. That's why United Party doing. The people in the market crying that nobody buying. The people say we should go to more Afro barometer to see the survey. So how is that survey taking people to go buy the people stop? Even rescue children are complaining today. They don't have job. They can't pay rent. No transportation to go to school. But they say we should go see barometer report. What kind of people are these? So they want to rescue Liberia that on certain report that come from somewhere. Let's be serious, man. These guys.
I said thank you very much. It's a troubled time, and again, to each his own. You can believe the rescue. You choose not to believe it. It's okay. It is what it is. I believe that President Barker still have time to turn things around. If he doesn't, it's the president call. I do believe sincerely that if President Barker can gather the right people and those faithful young men and women that have love for country, Liberia will be the better place. I do believe. I'm troubled that in the region, people are now beginning to see. I don't know if they can listen to Spoon. Some folks in the region are concerned about the leadership structure in the country. And I'm going to leave it like that. I'm receiving information, Paul Kennedy, as to who really in charge, you know, in Liberia. I feel that at some point, we have to speak truth to power, Uncle Sam. Who really in charge? That you find people will gather and create their own lies and misbelieve, you know, and just say, you know what, we'll feed this to the president to make the president feel happy that the Liberian people are happy. I mean, it's wrong. When you have the executive mansion, right, on the payroll issue, they cannot give a fitting explanation as to what they're doing with the people money, over $500,000. This government, we are in a serious trouble. But they will go and sit in front of the president and say, all is fine, all is well. Now they are depending on people that are hopeful. They are not producing, but they are only depending on people that are hopeful, hoping for a better tomorrow. When there is no. There is not a better today, but they are hoping for a better tomorrow. We are in a serious problem. So when you see opposition gathering and beginning to talk, it should raise a concern. I saw that the American ambassador was doing his round. He visited the former president, George Banawea. He is special envoy, Dimas Kemeya. Then I've been hearing this conversation that is coming up between President George Banawea, the former, and that of Mr. Cummings. I mean, I know opposition will gather, but what are we doing to discourage the gathering? What are we doing to tell them that no, the Liberian people themselves must say no to them? What are we doing? Who know who else meeting who? I'm in trouble. I love my Uncle Joe a lot. I wish him well. But when you got some people around the president who just want to make him feel so good, Papa, you need to ride private jet. That's a feel so good thing. Papa, you need to get a bulletproof car. That's a feel so good thing. Papa, you need to put your name on your suit. That's a feel so good. Papa, you need to wear the Louis Vuitton. That being feels so good. That's not the JMB we know. I remember Jake Kabakori and myself went down to the Walmart. And I said, Jake, who we going for? He said, the poor man wants slipper. I said, Jake, at Walmart we going? She said, Papa, let it cheap in business. Uncle Sam, we paid $12.99 for the barrel slipper.
Papa stingy that all. No more thing is
Excuse me,
stingy.
my brother. Let me finish. Okay, I beg you, sir. $12.99. We pay for that. We pay for that slipper. It was camping season. Very humble, JMB. Papa can even eat 2-3 spoons. He said, my son, you cannot eat. Very welcoming woman. For you bring all the greedy hunters around him. He said, Papa, you need to, the hyenas. You know the country is not safe. Buy a bulletproof car. But you know what? They were buying themselves cars. All of that money. You need to fly on a private jet because the private jet will be 10,000, but they will say it's 20,000 to get in the cut. That's the reason why the people are not happy. And that's the troubling Joseph Yuma Boyka. But I beg for us to move on. We say this every day, and the Liberian people are listening, Uncle Sam. I received this letter today. I think I put it in the chat room. This is a letter that was sent by the Nessie Doe family to His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boyka. Is it in the chat room? If not, I can resend it though. Guys, did you see it in the chat room? No. Dr. Richardson, is it there? No.
I don't see it. I don't know. Yeah, now it is. You just put it in there.
So the letter was sent to, on the 23rd, it was sent to the executive mansion, CC copy Sylvester Graysmith. You can read the letter. They should be burying the late Nessie Doe, the former first lady, on the 28th of this month. The family and those that are responsible have not gotten a reply yet from the executive mansion. The reason why I'm flagging this, on Wednesday, we can confirm that Mommy Doe will be here in studio. We'll be talking to her concerning her mother, her father, and the whole 9 yards. We're just flagging this. We hope the government can take steps now to address the family concern. We hope the government can. It's been 10 days since the letter was written. 10 days. Tell us, second, let me hear from you. What do you think is the delay? As per protocol, I think the government should respond. They should reply. I think it should be in place accordingly. I'm flagging this letter to call the government attention that the family need this to be done. And the family have not gotten any written or verbal reply. And I can also announce the only person the president has spoken to was Doe Jr. on his way to Lagos. The president called the Jr., President Doe Jr., and sent his sympathy and said, when I leave, on my way back, when I get home, I will call. And up to now, the president hasn't called yet. We saw Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn meeting the family, and again, we want to say he contributed $2,000. We're going to keep on updating you about this because Nessie Doe too was a former First Lady, and she deserved a proper burial. And I think the government is responsible. I have to flag that. Let me move on with something real quick.
Senator, can I say something quick about Nessie Doe? I beg you.
Uncle Sam, please do.
On April 12th, after we were released and I went to the mansion, late in the afternoon, I seen this woman, very dry-looking woman, bringing some food for the new president. And he could hardly eat. The adrenaline was too much, you know. And then she looked at him a long time. She said, but let's go home now. You know, and in my heart, I said, you don't know that this is your home now. That place, that barracks there, that leaky, watery barracks there where the flow muddy. I didn't say it like that. I said, that's no longer your home. Your home is executive mansion. So I just want to pay my respect to her. And I've seen the evolution of Nessie Doe from this very scary young lady to the woman that she became. You know, it was major transformation. It just shows that God has a place and a space for everybody. No matter where your current condition are, it should never define you, because it was defining Nessie Doe by the person who went to the mansion with that bowl of rice and a soup to take it to her husband would be mistaken. But I just want to basically say to the family, my deepest sympathy and God bless you. Okay, but I saw this I saw the transformation of Nessie Doe right before my own eyes. Thank you very much.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. And the representative in charge on behalf of the family, is Representative Sukkam. Okay, so again, I just want to keep you up to speed. Wednesday, we will have Mami Do. We have Mami Do here. She will be speaking on the range of different issues. Everything you want to know, and we wish the family well while they bereave. We say our sympathy to them. I like us because we're winding down. We got 10 more minutes. We'll run into our closing. Again, I want to say to all of you, let me flag this up, then you can take it from any which way. This is something real quick. The government now is saying they're going to audit the alien work permit. The alien work permit, you understand that this thing was a huge thing. 9,000 work permit was put out there. But I can confirm through our sources from the Labor Ministry, they only put out 2,484. This government only sold 2,484 work permit. The rest of the work permit, they were all being renewed as it do. It was all renewed. It wasn't a new work permit. And I can confirm that so that we understand that the Labor Minister Cooper Craft will be going to the Senate and you will explain that. Uniting for Liberia is a big one coming up tomorrow. The Foreign Ministry has stated that, listen, we're going to have a ball, we're going to have a party at the Foreign Ministry, and that's a big one. Liberia must get this seat. It's only important that going to bed tonight, we all should just sit back and relax, and Liberia will have this seat. A good work from the former government to the current government for 2 years, starting next year, 2026, Liberia will be on the map once again. They will be part of the non-permanent member seat, and it will be given to Liberia. We are hopeful, we are optimistic, and we know that it will happen. On top of the front page newspaper, who's misleading JMB on the CBL? This story is big. Somebody lying to the president that he can go for the MTN money. Again, check it out. It's on front page Africa. We spoke about the 50-50. Somebody are hopeful, somebody hopeless. You can take it from there. I just like to promote this newspaper real quick. A VP can call for peace at the Nesido home. We talk about that. The increase of monkeypox have gone to 69. 69, the increase of monkeypox. Now we talk about the story about MCC, and again, we'll get to the bottom of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take this time. If there's nothing else to say, that we close the show for today. The reason why we close for today, our brother, he got to save his data for tomorrow. My brother Vendetta Patrick, you know, he's in Liberia. It's not easy. Before we do that, I want to run into commercial real quick. There's H&C driving school. The same in Road 9, they teach you how to drive in Liberia. This is from Charles Doe, H&C. It will be on our page, H&C driving school. Right now, if you have your child, you have anybody that want to learn how to drive, the phone number is there. You can check it out on our page. You will be fully informed. H&C driving school in Liberia. Go right to Balanceway Junction. The information are there. We're going to play the clip real quick.
H&C Driving School is the best choice. At H&C Driving School, we run professional driving classes on Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., 3 days in a week, 1 hour each per student for 7 weeks. The first 2 weeks is theory. We train you on car parts, road signs, and road safety. The remaining 5 weeks, we mold you into a professional driver through our practical training. Registration is $3,000 Liberian dollars, and tuition is $250 USD paid in 2 installments, $145 USD before admission and $95 USD after 1 week of practical training. Upon completion of 7 weeks driving training, H&C Driving School will issue you a driver's lesson, a certificate, and a letter of recommendation at no extra cost. Locate H&C Driving School on the Japanese Freeway, Balanceway Junction, Monserrate County, Liberia. Call our telephone on 0778-563529, 0886-571985. WhatsApp number is +1 313-240-1145. You can also check us out on both Facebook and YouTube at H&C Driving School LLC. Search.
Again, H&C Driving School, you understand that it will be on our page. They're going to run this for 30 days. Now, they can give you discount if you reach out to them. If you have your family, your young son or daughter, they want to learn how to drive. That's a good way to start. I want to say to all of you, and I got a video that I'm looking for, I can't find, but it is what it is, guys. It's 725. Fadela Patrick left because his internet went off. But is there anything else you want to say before we get on to closing? I'm going to start with you, my brother, Councillor Lafayette Good. I know we still got a few more time left, few more minutes left, but let's hear you. If you want to close, we will accept.
Yeah, I'm going to close, Stanton. So thank you. Thanks to everyone. It was a good show. I just want to say that the Ministry of Justice in the case at ECOWAS Court did file the defense. They filed what we call the preliminary objection, which in Liberia we call motion to dismiss. And the reason why they did not attend or appear for the hearing is because the government was not served on time. The notice reached the government, I think, like 30 minutes. So they have filed for re-hearing, for the case to be reassigned, for argument to be had. It happens. I mean, so that's normal thing in the practice of law. It happens sometimes. People who are supposed to serve notices, they forget. And this is the email service, so sometimes it mix up, and that was the case. So on the biometer issue, Stanton, yes, we agree that if you look at this from July to August 2024, that is around 8 months into the government.
No, 5 months. 5 months to the government.
Okay, I just taking it from January, so I'm not taking it from the 22nd.
Yeah, but it is 5 months.
Okay, so it's 5 months. No, it's July to 21st.
So that's 6 to 7 months.
April, May,
6 to 7
June,
months. That's
July.
it.
Yeah, 6 months. That's it.
6 months.
So we can see that with 6 months, percentages start to drop. It's something too that the government needs to look at, and because looking at from the time it's 10 months now. About since August, September, October, November is now 10 months, and a lot of things happen in between the 10-month period. The 10-month period was the period that had a whole House Speaker issue going on. A lot of things were going on, so we don't know what the results will be if another survey is conducted or if another survey has been conducted between that period of time. But I don't think it's something good for the government to celebrate. Yes, you can celebrate on the hopefulness of the people after 6 months. 62% were hopeful. So let us see between that time and now 10 months whether the number is still the same and whether the percentage have increased in terms of the country being okay. But it's something they need to look out for, because you can celebrate. There's nothing for you to celebrate. Ready? It's something that they need not to celebrate about. They need to be worried and put their acts together, go back on the drawing board, pay attention to governance, and they still have time. They have, almost 4 years, 5 years, still have time. So a lot of things can be done. So far, so good. I think, let me say good night to you all. Wish you guys a good time. My brother, Azedo, congratulations again for the promotion. We know more dollars. Promotion bring more dollars. I can't wait, all of you guys. Thank you very much for the time. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. And again, I must say to you, safe travel, whatever you're traveling to, in your bedroom or somewhere next to, safe travel. Thank you very much, guys. I know you want to close, but I beg you, let's talk about this opposition meeting. I'm going to come to you, VP. I'm receiving a lot of information on it. Again, just give me a quick spin. I beg you, let me hear you. This opposition meeting between Mr. Cummings and the former president, George Manuel. I really want us to take a little piece on it, because something I'm hearing and I'm seriously concerned what I'm hearing here. Talk to me, VP.
So let me use this time for my closing and comment there quickly. CEO, I think it's in the right direction for opposition political parties to begin uniting now. You see, when we were talking about the 50-50, developed population, and we are quite right to say the government is in a difficult position. We don't pray for that, but the governance of the UP-led government is making it to be that way. From November, in fact, December 2023 to now, opposition political parties have not been united. If they are united, it's lukewarm. To see them coming together at this time, it speaks volumes that they are putting aside their differences. Elections are over. It's time to forge new collaboration in order to prepare for 2029 election, general and presidential election. Cummings is an honorable man. Former President George Weah, including other opposition leaders, my political leader, Tianwan Gonglo, and other people. I mean, we want to see a united front. For me, I detest people going into the election scatter just for the name. If you have opposition political party united, I can guarantee you 2029 will just be one round. But if you go divided, there's a problem. But here is a condition though, CEO. Opposition political parties in this country are noted for division. They will unite, down milling into the election. They will scatter as if when you send grenade among animals. That's how they look like. We saw it in 2005, we saw it in 2011, we saw it in 2017, and 2023. They are good at uniting from the inception. But during the time when Liberians are looking up to them, that's when, I don't know whether it's a kind of virus that always jump among them, and all of them can be infested. One person will go this way, the other person will go this way. It is that division that usually make them to lose and give an opportunity to the ruling party. I'm sorry that the CDC did not utilize that significantly, or else George Weah were being elected president. So as I close tonight, CEO, on this barometer report, I think the government still has an opportunity. And I don't want people to believe that we are here maybe wanting the government not to succeed. No. But the indicators are there. Just 2024, the country is divided. And just in 2024, the opposition community is also divided. So imagine if the opposition community continue to unite. 2025, 2026, election will be over if you continue like this. And let me just say, this is not fair. You cannot be the referee and be the player at the same time. You cannot be the lawyer and at the same time the judge. The thing our brothers are doing, my brother, I say this, even trying to expose those who are in authority that your supporters don't believe in you, and that's why you are talking for yourself.
Thank you very
in the worst case, CEO, let me close on this one. You mentioned something that you brought this government to power, and that the president has an opportunity to reinvent himself. The big question is tonight, Mr. President, will you want to run 2029? If the president can answer that question, whether he will be on the ballot 2029, I can guarantee you will see changes. But if he will not be on the ballot, I am sensing something ringing in my ear. I say, you know what? I gave them the benefit of the doubt. These are people who were behind me to run. I won the election. I gave the country to them. If they cannot govern 2029, my hand will not be there. They will be campaigning, I will not be there. But if this president will be on the ballot, 2029, there will be changes. On this note, I want to address this opportunity.
Before you leave, let me say something though. The rumors that you've been hearing since Charlie King time that what's his name, Sylvester Gracefield will be removed, the race chef will going to come. Let me see whether you agree with me here. I don't think the problem now is about Sylvester Gracefield anymore. I think the problem has passed from Sylvester Gracefield. And I think the issue remains now. It's a holistic problem. It's not a one-man problem anymore. Do you agree with me? So where does Sylvester Gracefield go? Because they say they want to change the man. They will bring in Nakwabo or Modi Kamara. They will be the one, and, you know, those are the names that they're fronting with. It will not solve the problem. The government is in the pit already. The government is fighting for survival already. It's bad on all fronts. And the only thing the government can do for Joseph Boakai to be a leader, to come out and be a leader. But that laid back thing and say, y'all go do it. We pass that. I mean, do you agree with me? Just use your last.
It's an institutional problem. And one man cannot bear the full responsibility. But in public sector administration, there's something we call the superior responder theory. You the hear everything that happened will hold you responsible. But in this context, what I can say, and I stand to be corrected, if this president has the intent and desire to run 2029 again, things will improve. We'll see drastic action because his legacy will be on the line. But in my mind, if this president has no intent for 2029, he's saying, I'm assuming with our admitting, he's saying, my children, I won this election, I gave you this country to run. Whatever you do in 2029, I will not be in the race. The Liberian people will decide whether you did well or not. Me, I will be awesome. And anything that happens, I will accept it. Apparently, this is what the president has told them, and this is why we see the grouping. I'm talking about regrouping. You see what happening now? So the country is regrouping.
VP, it's good to see you again. Save the rest of your internet for tomorrow, you know, and we'll try to contribute. We kiss it, Pepsi. Bye. Darius, let's hear you.
CEO is saving a man to die. So it was a great show. I mean, a lot of issues were discussed. But in my party, CEO, I think our attention now is drawn to the National Disaster Management Agency. It is alarming. The corruption have engulfed, have taken over that institution. And then we saw from the employees, they protested. Then the disaster victims, they came out, they protested. Today we came across partisan supporters of ACO demanding the resignation and dismissal of Mr. Dolly, the director of the institution. Imagine $1 million were given for River Says Lensler response, disaster response. That money is alleged has been mismanaged. You have another $1.5 million from the WFP food or relief in affected communities. That money is alleged that has been mismanaged. You have another $700,000 provided by the government for disaster response. All right, no account. And the list go on and on. There is huge corruption. Why is LACC and GSCC taking this?
No. Darius, let me hold you. There was a major protest today. Number one. Number two, the LACC is part of the first quarter report of the LACC. It's out there about the disaster management. But even if they have to go to court, it takes time. This is not about LACC no more. They should be about the president taking action right now. Am I correct?
That's why I'm coming to see.
Okay.
Because
so I don't need to bring
other people who were suspended pending investigation. But in a case, it's almost like the LTA. Abdullah Kamara stayed there. But today, NAFA boss was suspended without findings, without investigation. This is where we're coming. What happened to Ansu? What happened to the disaster management head? Why is he still not being suspended? That's one. The second thing is that on the issue of the topic we just dived into, I think CEO Liberia needs prayer. I don't know how, but the political will is not there. President Boakai is not decisive. And this is where the country is going now, where reports are coming up, World Bank, IMF, all over. There are reports now. The economy is troubling. But it baffles me to see the UP people defending when they projected this hardship in the 2025 national budget. They projected inflation. And now they're supposed to work on that to make sure that the issues are addressed, but they are on the defensive. And it is very bad. You cannot politicize hardship and poverty. Our people are hungry. They are suffering. They are feeling the pain. They are being interviewed every day. And yet, you say everything is rosy. I think it is a deception. It is a bad propaganda of this government. And if they don't do the right things, it is clear the indications are there. The people will definitely reject them. On the issue about Cummings, Mr. Cummings and former President Weah, I don't think, if it is anything for the future, I don't think it will be politically expedient or will take place, because aside from the constitutional issue about from the same region, I think we'll wait and see, but I don't think it will be a perfect thing to predict.
And you see Mr. Cummings and Manan together, are you not scared?
No, I'm not afraid. I'm not scared. I think if there should be, if that for political support to come together as opposition and speak against the anti-democratic actions of the government or rule of law breakdown, rule of law, that could. But if it is something for ticket, I don't think it's a possible ticket.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me go to my brother Fubi. Fubi, I know you work hard today. You're so relaxed today. I'm not saying that fighting spirit in you, but it's good to see you on tonight. Thank you for joining.
Good. I can enjoy my citizen better when they criticize him, talk about being indecisive. Oh, the worst thing they did was today they can be talking about it. I can just be laughing and be relaxed. But on a serious note, one of the reasons why you see the UP guys are celebrating, because similar report came out during the Weah administration. I think we're in the same period. And the government at the time school, they had 25% in their favor. So that's something that the guy's saying. So comparing 25 and 50%, so the city themselves are doing that they have done better. So you might have this kind of stuff. But on the overall, my advice, like I did to Weah, I'm also doing to Boyka, focus on the economy. There where the support of the people will come from. If you don't focus on the economy, all other things you do might be a wasted venture. The economy is what you need to focus on. Drive serious private sector growth and whatever thing you can do to jumpstart the economy so that people can be able to afford to take care of themselves. That's something you should drive. I want to encourage the government to look in that direction. We are on the issue of the ticket of the ticket with sovereignty first. I think it was a good thing. I think I promised the police officer that time I was going to send something for him. So if Nelson can contact the police officer, maybe by Friday I will send something through Nelson so that he can give to the guy.
I don't think the police officer is allowed to receive gifts.
No, I tell you, you can get it. But in our bribe, in our on duty. So I don't think it's against the law to do that. So it's a promise, a commitment I made. So I think it's like he receiving bonus. He can receive bonus from government. So private citizen gain bonus. But
thank you.
On the issue of the opposition, I wish them well. I won't speak to that.
Why you not speak to that? That your political leader Cummings. He made the job.
I wish them well. But I don't want to speak to that. I don't speak to that.
I forgot you are suspended, so you can speak to that.
I advised them during 2019. They didn't take my advice, so I will not keep advising.
Okay.
Let it suspended man go sleep, man. We're not listening to him here.
I'm a chairman of our line. Suspended people are lying. So don't underestimate my portfolio.
Yeah, it was a good show, Stanton, and we you know, we really appreciate our viewers, our contributors. We appreciate everything they're doing. Under the laws, the Councillor Seaford, someone I really respect, has the right to always contest and issue citation. He has the right to do so. Where I disagree with him is when he blames the policeman for enforcing the law. The policeman did not write the laws. He's only doing his job. Amidst a high resource constraint, those police people are struggling to introduce something that the Liberian people are really not used to. Liberian people like to be free. They want to run any mile an hour they can run. You get in chance, they don't want to register their vehicle. They will be there. They've been driving without license. And now that the police is putting check and balances to all of that, they're going to meet some resistance. But I don't expect a leader like Serena Seaford to be the one who will be publicly contesting and calling the police people name and all of that. I'm a big brother that will call him so we can talk in the corner. So he needs to refrain from either publicly insulting or denigrating police people. Stanton surveys are intended to, there are studies that are conducted to improve system, to make recommendations for systems to be improved. This survey, nobody on this panel can tell me where it was conducted. I've gone through the 3 pages back and forth. I have still to see where the survey was conducted, who they talked to. If they can't tell you a geographic location, then people can assume that it was made up and somebody just said, oh, well, we'll talk to 1,200 persons, but where? Which part of Liberia you talk to 1,200 persons? Until you put that there, I think the survey is leaving a lot of things, real necessary things that's supposed to be a part of the methodology. They are leaving that out. And for me, I can't, you know, I'll still have a doubt until I can see, until they can provide me those kinds of stuff. I think the meeting with the opposition political leaders under the leadership of President George Weah is necessary. I think it's even overdue. The major function of the opposition is to speak on behalf of the people against the ruling government, against the ills of the ruling government, against the missteps of the ruling government. And I think the opposition has been a little slow on doing that. And the fact that, you know, President Weah is bringing them now to begin to see whether they can do that, even if it's just a conversation for one day, the unity amongst them is necessary. And opposition politicians should always be a watchdog to speak on behalf of the people where the people have no voice. Criticizing government really does not bring government down. When people say, oh, you're criticizing the government, you don't want the government to succeed. No. You can criticize government. If criticism was bringing government down, the American government will never succeed. Because as this is where people go and protest against the government every minute. You know, so for Liberians to be fear-mongering, oh, when you criticize the government and you want the government to fail, government failure will only come from its own actions. I can bet that. If government does well, nothing can make government to fail. If government does wrong, no amount of propaganda can save the government. My mom always used to tell me, Paul, nobody can call bread to come on farm. When the red doing well, the bread will come. So now the rest doing well, you will see the bread all over the farm. But you see any farm, no bread coming to, that no rest on that farm. So the government is not producing, then you're going to hear a whole lot of criticism. Government start producing, nobody needs to go on air. You don't need the Free Reloaded, whatever that group is, to be the one advertising and propagating for government. Government propagandas are true work. Look at what's happening in Burkina Faso. Right now, Burkina Faso has become a phenomenon. As we're sitting in Washington, here people are talking about, what is this guy doing? These are the kind of questions people should be asking. Oh, wow. We just saw a new investment opportunity coming to Liberia. They are opening this multi-factory. They opened a free zone. They are moving electricity into the free zone of almost 400 acres of land where people are building. When you go there, there's no taxes. These are the kind of things that the government should be talking about instead of trying to go on social media to be running propaganda. I always told them, You got up to March of next year to focus and do well. After March, the honeymoon over, and you'll be behind the 8 balls. So, you know, at this point in time, they've started doing well with the roads. Let them continue to do roads. They should also begin now to see how they can bring some investors to open up, waive your taxes, some of the taxes, to attract investors to come, establish a free zone, a trade-free zone, to encourage people to come, give gratis waivers. These are the kind of things you do to create jobs, to create employment, and then it will almost be uneven. Nobody will talk about you. But again, I don't care what you do as a president. People have to criticize. You lay down across the water for people to walk on your back to cross. Somebody will say, oh, but the man not even lay down straight. Look at it, we're walking while a you are shaking. So government needs to pay deaf ear to criticism and take the constructive one and use the constructive one as a vibe for people to guide them into making progress for our people. And let them thinking about, oh, when you criticize the government, you want to bring the government down. That's a lie. Nobody brings government down by criticizing government. The government does the right thing, we'll praise the government. It does the wrong thing, we'll talk against it.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Let me say this before we go to Uncle Sam. Something is happening. The whole situation about the executive mansion and the payroll that involved the Deputy Minister of Colonial, what's her name? Minister Kura, right? Guess what happened? Let's see what are the Senate going to call her. You remember, to be frank, over $500 million. With the lawmakers that just sit and be quiet. And we'll discuss this tomorrow, Uncle Sam. I think she need to go answer some questions. Not just sit there and just do all. No. So are they reporting on Facebook now? After the allegation that over $500,000 vanished in thin air? When the senators or the representative call her, I don't want the representative calling her because she was on a trip in Freetown with the speaker, so that would be a useless call. But can the senator call her? And not only her, all those that are involved. And these are the things that are troubling our government. These are the things that are troubling. You know, Uncle Sam, 2017, and I will share the photo with you. We went to Liberia. We drove to President Bouakai home in Bomi. President Bouakai is a nice guy. He's a nice old man. But I think a lot of people are taking advantages of the coolness, the calmness. And I think we all should speak till this change come, because the change is not even close. And this is problem. I will send the document I received, Uncle Sam, from MCC. Look at the receipt. I will send it to you because that your friend or your family member, Big John, receipt about invoices that get receipt that the money went out and came back to John. The reason why I'm still coming to this, Uncle Sam, because people say it was a lie. The names of people involved is troubling. Go ahead, talk to us. Do your closing, Uncle Sam.
Yeah. Okay. Look. You know, when I'm in the States, I get a lot of time to think about my country, and I see simple things that we do here, and I worry about how come these very simple things cannot be done. Take an example. To sell your country, because the country is a product, right? And that product there has to be marketed, right? So if my friends in the UP, they want to use their energy for countering the narrative, why don't they use that energy to sell the country? They're brilliant men and women. I mean, let's have a strategic marketing program to attract investment in tourism to Liberia. Make some ads on CNN. Engage some Black publications in the United States of America. Speak to Bloomberg. Put Joe Bugger on the cover of a magazine. Let's sell the country. Liberia, if you look at Ghana, this 30 December, a year of the return, there's a fantastic marketing a program. I remember in New York in 1970, when the city was infested with drugs, they started a marketing campaign, I love New York. So if we say we went to the best schools in the world, like the white boys and the Ghanaians, right? What distinguishes us who sat in those same classrooms with the same professors from doing the things that they do to make their country so marketable? Where when I get on Delta or United, when I'm flying from DC or New York to Accra, I see the plane choke up with these African Americans. They can't even wait. And they're buying land. They're buying homes. They're investing in businesses over there. Quickly, a friend of mine, they just go Google the Ayi Mensa Park. 300 to 400 homes. Traseco Valley, Reggie Manuel. We don't even have one subdivision in Liberia, which is a thing with even 10 homes on it. The Roland Tour thing he does well in the one up there on the STD Boulevard, right? But I'm talking about like mid to upmarket homes to sell our country, to bring in a major global bank. A major global bank, I say, a major global bank to Liberia. We can't even bring in a major manufacturing to Liberia in our free zone today to create like 500 jobs, to do small scale manufacturing, you know? And then you want to spend your time creating a different platform to counter the narrative from the opposition, and you think that's an efficient use of your time as a government official on our tax, on our dime, because you believe that Stanton Witherspoon, who brought you to power, is not against you? How can Stanton be against you when he always heralding the goodness of JMB? What Stanton is trying to tell you is that you are not doing what he spent his time, energy, and money to bring JMB to power, and you guys are enjoying.
Let's get back to the topic.
That is the reason why he calling you to book. That's why he calling you to book. That's why we come out here and scream our lighters every day, because we want Liberia to be good. We don't want Liberia to go backwards. There's nobody on this platform want Liberians to suffer so somebody else can come to power. That's not our aim and our objective. And I want to close on that, and thank you very much. I was very tired today. I don't know I was going to make it through this night, but I made it. Now I'm going to go take my nap and go to sleep. Yeah, God bless you.
I want to go there. We got only 2 more to go. I know you can do it. Just take a little zip. You get it in the glass already.
No, my man. I can't take my zip right now because I take my zip out.
I was talking about
your 2 hours.
You were talking about your AT&T. What happened? Did somebody make you vest today about AT&T?
Yeah, you know the reason why I mentioned it. The thing that you pay us for coming on this platform, right?
No, I didn't know about nothing.
Yeah, so I'm letting them know that my AT&T bill since I've been here is $459 because I use my iPhone hotspot because I didn't have my modem here yet. We're going to take 2 weeks again. So I was using my hotspot so I could get on Spoon. And because of that, my bill went up by almost $200. That's what I was trying to show them, is that the sacrifice that we make to come and listen, Paul, you know what your internet bill looks like? And Akara Monrovia,
I have never seen my internet bill or my phone bill, Uncle Sam. I have never seen it.
No, but the thing is, I was using my hotspot because I haven't been here for 6 months.
Yeah, it increased it,
Yeah, so I was using my hotspot until I could get my modem. Now I got my modem. Now you see how stable it is. But I was using my iPhone, my AT&T phone, my hotspot, so I could come on Spoon. And because of that, the bill went all the way up.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry for that, Uncle Sam.
No, it's okay, man. It's part for the cause. It's a contribution to my country. I mean, all of us here, we contributing our time and energy. This is not something small. And away from our wives, and our family and stuff. My beautiful wife, I have to leave her 3 hours a day.
Go ahead, let's get the great talk to us.
But anyway, I'll be in Minnesota this weekend. We are arriving on Friday.
I thought you said you're coming to see me.
Yeah, but I'll come in later in June. Let me go see family first. I'll go see family, and then in a week or two, then I'll come. Then I heard that you come with somebody else.
I heard that you come with somebody else to see me, so I said it would be great.
Yeah. This mutual friend of ours will come sometime, but it will be in late June. We'll come.
Okay, thank you. Let me just say this. We didn't say this quick announcement from the Minister of Justice. They're saying they are not doing business with this person, Mr. Jala Washington, Director for Maintenance and Logistics. They fired him. Now the reason they didn't tell us, but we received information that they gave this guy money to put fuel in the generator. The guy ate the money, he and the SA, the special assistant. So the justice minister said, but the special assistant is somehow related to the justice minister. So what happened? They fired one of the guy. The guy is mad. He said, but listen, I and your relative eat the money together. You fire I alone. So that's another big trouble there again. This thing just when they gave him money to put fuel in the generator. The generator time for a big program. Guess what I said? The generator went off. The justice minister got mad and dismissed him. Right? The whole justice ministry that hustle ground. But we'll leave that one for another day.
The whole country that hustle ground.
The whole country that hustle ground. Taraka Tombika, great. Let's hear you.
Stanton, a brilliant show. I don't want to say it was a good show. I want to elevate the wardens. That is a brilliant show. I love him about this Sam Jackson. I know what the public can be following the people for. It's Sam Jackson be like some of us. People will say the Western Sam. Expect it. You live a good life, Sam. When I was much younger and I met you, where I met you, Sam. All of the time, even in my hustle days, you don't want.
Don't talk it because when we first met, don't talk it.
No, I won't talk it. No, it was not anything bad, but I just trying to say.
Remember, we met grown up places. Don't make it look good here.
But one thing is that in Ellen government, I would say that you are one of the very few that affiliated with that administration that could walk to my house and talk to me anytime. I've never knew you to be a beggar. Never. With emphasis, ever. So when kids who just started playing with $2,000-3,000, running their mouth and other things, they don't even understand the maintenance of the cash. And they were not saving for tomorrow. How long? You will see them on the sidewalk tomorrow morning. So don't worry about those kind of things. Let's discuss serious matter on the show. Very serious matter. Those who are one of the few that fortunately that work with the Unity Party-led administration as a lawmaker in a separate branch of government. And I work with the WIA-led administration. So I serve under 2 different presidents. I've known very long when I was chairman on governance that the current president of the Republic of Liberia did not demonstrate leadership even at the legislature. People will say, oh, great, yes. Even the vice president will tell you, the current vice president, he never demonstrated leadership for 12 years at no point in time. So it's not a strange thing for me. Fortunately, I saw him, I think, 2 or 3 times in 6 years. invited me to his office. He didn't demonstrate leadership at any point in time. So it's not strange. After 12 years, if they could not put the infrastructure into motion or into play, that's one of the reasons President Selig said emphatically, that we cannot just work out with this country. It will be puppet string, will be controlled. Believe me today. She thought that Vani Sherman will control him. She thought that Wemope will control him and other people because he's not a decision maker for himself. And she thought they would have been the most vindictive group of people against him or cheering the entire government. I'm telling you, real life. She didn't trust him in terms of leadership or making decisions on his own. She always had that thought about him. So knowing President Boakai, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, for those many years, that's why sometimes people say the president is not corrupt or smart, because I know he took blood 13 money. Yeah. The money that Amara and I were talking about, that was bonus or pro bono money, they get the vice president some early started getting some when you were vice president. Yes. I can recall vividly, I didn't vote for that agreement. I was shocked when I walked behind those guys. When you don't know people, it's a problem. You know, sometimes I would say this because sometimes I ask Stanton one question, I say, Stanton, you know Jeremiah Kum? I asked Stanton, he doesn't know him well. We worked together for like 12 years. When you know someone, you know someone. When you interact with them, are these the best group of people to lead our country? I would say no. Most of the guys in the government now, especially, I don't want to say junior because some of them managing director now, some of them directors, some of them deputy ministers, you know. But the fact of the matter here is that those were the remnants of Ellen Johnson-led administration. Now that they're in power, they have
somewhere else, or we get the topic on the floor to close.
No, that the topic, and I will talk about the governance structure of our country. You're talking something stand up, not close me, or anytime talk about you can just shut me down. I don't like it at that moment.
Because my man.
Yeah, but give me now. That means I'm talking about him again. I need a man. So most of these young boys have not had the real taste of governance process. Okay, these were juveniles. I don't want to name them, but you know them. The Patrick Hunter was deputy managing director. Mo Ali was a wash boy, used to take care of water. Stephen Johnson was some consultant hanging around. All the boys. So they can run the state. Sylvester Gressman, then are the red dawn in the government. I'm telling you, all the guys are the red dawn. So they went near the presidency. And they left the little boys who will get satisfied. When they finish taking pay more and they can go sit down in one crosshair, you know, and say, yeah, today I drank 2 bottles of beer, you know, yeah, I'm a man, all of those things. Oh, the children can run government. Now, what makes the government administratively inept? Bunch of incompetence, inexperienced young zealous guy who still think they're on the pavement to mirror shop and other errors. That's what they're thinking. So they are reactionary forces. They're going to react to things, that knee-jerk reaction. They go organize or say, then they pay themselves.
So, Greg, your time is up, though. You not spend all your time talking about Mo Ali there now. Let's move on to acid, though.
Talking about why the government is what it is, Stanton. And Stanton, to be frank with you, you struck a very important point here. Did you people expect the veteran experience?
We have 4 topics. We have 4 topics. You never close on them. So let me.
The one that I close on and the one that you flag is almost like the last topic we discussed. And look at the Marvel City Corporation. Like you said, you spoke to women guy today. I drove to look for women guy. He was not at his house. This is a guy they want to sell. They want to pawn. Safa cannot report for the $300,000 for the cleanse. He cannot report for the $300,000. The World Bank money, $400,000, he cannot report. I defy him, he cannot report. This guy was appealed, like that girl said, that Unity Party girl. She said something very important. That man, I knew Safa when you were just running a printing press on Getty and Broad Street intersection, right in the corner there, a little printing press. I know it's a printing press ball. Certain management is quite different from that. Okay, it's absolutely different. But they'll go put, they imagine all the trucks that were left behind. If you think like send your camera out tomorrow, stand spoon. All the trucks that were left behind, They are collapsed. No brand new trucks. You know what they're taking that in? Pick us back. If I'm lying, take the camera there tomorrow. Pick us. And kekere. Now they get on the road. Now why go today? I drove through the city deliberately. I passed Capital Babas. I went Ken Johnson Road. I went Clay Street. I went Broad Street. Look at the sidewalk. The place is extremely filthy and dirty. The guy has no certain management skill. They criticize other administration. They came to power with nothing, zero. Let me tell you this. And those who say we don't have the moral stand to criticize.
We really gotta go. It's 8:10 now. They give us the chance to close, brother Gray.
I say good night to every one of you people board. I can assure you that the government is rapidly collapsing. And those Shiko ends don't want to be insulting or can't eat Shiko. Me and Shiko. I can't great at Shiko. Come and eat a Shiko.
Tomika, Akaros, mostly great. Thank you very much. I say
Carol Moses Tanaka Tomika great.
Okay. So today, today, President Weah did not just meet Mr. Cummins. President Weah had a lunch with Mr. Cummins and the U.S. ambassador. Why my ears hearing? Mr. Cummins, the U.S. ambassador, President Weah, use your two eyes to see good. Use your two eyes to see good. The U.S. ambassador, President Weah, Mr. Cummins.
How many times you say
that? 4 times. When I was told by Liberia's political VAR, Moriah Yekula Kopo, she's the political VAR. She knows how to check the angles of what is going on. And we had a conversation. I'm like, you know what? I think we are on for a good place. So it was a big day. A big day. And what I'm hearing, I will stop there. Let me go to my brother, the vice president's visit to the home of the late former first lady. When I was saying that, in my mind, the vice president was going there to announce government's plan. Because the person we're talking about is the former first lady of the Republic of Liberia. Who else deserves a state funeral, a state burial than such a person? The government should be responsible for the entire occasion leading to the burial of the former first lady. I mean, how many more times will President Barker carry this hateful heart towards people? Sometimes you just start with a letter. Not even an official executive mansion release after that lady died. It was more than 24 hours after we beat on President Barker before he had to go and put sympathy to the family. And the people wrote letter for the passing of their mom, the former first lady. 10 days after. There is no response to them. And then the vice president went there to give 2,000. I mean, let's be fair. The vice president went there to give 2,000. When the government of Liberia should be responsible for the burial of the former first lady. You cannot hate people so much until you hit them in their grave. I don't think this is what President Barker should be doing. No. Thanks to the vice president for giving 2,000. But there should be a state funeral. The government should take charge of it. And start on the other one I would go to is the James Lumonga issue. I didn't talk to you about it. James' life is in danger. James does not sleep in his house as we speak. When he called me, he explained a lot, sent me a lot of other things. I told him, you know what? Reach out to Stanton and talk to him. I didn't want to call you to tell you about it. I didn't call you. I didn't tell you about it. And I sent your number to him. I said, call Stanton. The boy was crying, explaining how the folks want to use him as a political pawn for their corrupt act. You remember the last time we were talking about the MCC Stanton, and you were saying maybe the city mayor didn't know about it, and I kept insisting he knows about it. I didn't want to say it that time. It was because of the information that I got. And thank God today you got it. And so, yes, don't believe me? Go and listen to the United Party lady. How they call that lady? Or who are the NPA now?
Queen Johnson.
I just forget her name.
Queen Johnson.
Queen Johnson. Listen to her. She said the city mayor is corrupt. And I confirmed that based on the information. 3 people that spoke with. He is in the know of the corrupt act. And that is why they want to use this poor little man as the political pawn. And today his life is in danger. He can't even sleep in his house. It is a sad thing for our country. And let me end on this last one. The Liberian people, if you want to know if the rest press come down, please go to Afro Barometer report. You will know if the rest press come down in Liberia. If you want to know if the transportation fare from Monrovia to Buchanan increase or not, go to Afro Barometer report. It will tell you if it increase or it decrease. If you eat per day, you get money to pay rent, you get school fees, nothing. Go to the Barometer report. You will see it there if you get school fees. These are the kind of things rescue people want us to be talking about. Uncle Sam, our country is declining. Things are tough.
Thank you, Isaac. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say on Wednesday we'll be having Mami Do. Mami Do will be our guest one-on-one. It will be a big day. Okay. Guess what happened? Indeed, we have said the whole thing. We are ready. She will come and talk. She will talk it all. There's nothing she's going to hold back. I want to say the daughter of the late President Samuel Kanyado and the late Nesido will be in studio on Wednesday. I know some people try to stop her. Say, don't go there, don't do the one. She said, I have to speak. Now is the time. I'm going to leave that alone. I would like to say, it's a great show. Thank you for always following us. I want to refer you on our pages. Every story that's running in the country, you'll find out on the Spoon Talk page. I really want to say, because of you, we are here. Listen, we'll tell you the truth. Something is happening. They just say I'm a hold back, but I really want to say it, but I will hold back. You know, maybe before the weekend I will say it. Don't forget tomorrow. You got to be at the Senate. You got to be at the House of Representatives. They will be in session tomorrow. We'll yell a lot tomorrow. Just pay attention. And we'll discuss it again. When it crap like a duck and flap like a duck and swim like a duck, it's a duck.
It's a duck. It's a duck.
It's a damn duck. Our country is not in the right spot. But hey, those of you that are hopeful, keep on being hopeful. There's always hope for the whole place. But the president, Joseph Yeman Barker, have to turn it around. I don't know how long we got. He got to turn it around. So I said to you today, I received the information again. I want to say, people say instead, don't say it. But we'll let it be. Till we meet again, whatever you are, as always, thank you for joining us. If you have your teenager, maybe you're 16, you know, you're 17, you're 18 years, well, according to the motor vehicle traffic law, and you want them to start driving, please visit the driving school. Again, I will put the announcement up. Please, please, please. It's on our page, the H&C Driving School at Liberia. Enroll now. Go and tell your child to learn before they make accident. If they want to learn how to drive a car, or pen, or keke, a motorbike, send them there. They will teach them. It's free, not free now, but it's in Liberian data, right? So again, listen to the commercial and just register with them. H&C Driving School. It's on the Spoon page. If you want to do your
H&C.
If you want to do your commercial with Spoon, don't forget, just reach out to the number and do your commercial. We'll be glad to send your information to the word.
HNC Driving School is the best choice. At HNC Driving School, we run professional driving classes on Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., 3 days in a week, 1 hour each per student for 7 weeks. The first 2 weeks is theory. We train you on car parts, road signs, and road safety. The remaining 5 weeks, we mold you into a professional driver through our practical training. Registration is $3,000 Liberian dollars, and tuition is 250 USD paid in 2 installments, 145 USD before admission and 95 USD after 1 week of practical training. Upon completion of 7 weeks driving training, HNC Driving School will issue you a driver's lesson, a certificate, and a letter of recommendation at no extra cost. Locate HNC Driving School on the Japanese Freeway, Bannersville Junction, Monterey County, Liberia. Call our telephone on 0778 563529, 0886 571985. WhatsApp number is +1 313 240 1145. You can also check us up on both Facebook and YouTube at HNC Driving School LLC. Search.
Thank you very much, HNC Driving School. Don't forget to win Liberia. If you want to do your business, don't forget your video, your anniversary, your picture you want to share on the Spoon page. We'll be glad to do this. Don't forget, July is around the corner. July 12th and July 5th is the bus check. It's coming up. We'll do another promo for that coming in a few weeks. I want to say, if you're interested to do your business, here we are. We'll be happy to do your business. Again, till we meet again, may God bless you, may God keep you, and may God save our state. Yes, sir. Paul.
Yes, stand on 30 seconds. We have a Liberian sister who is running for governor in the state of Virginia. Glennie is working the modalities to see how she can appear on Spoon to appeal to the Liberians who are living in that state. There are a lot of Liberians in that
state.
Few
Liberian in Virginia, my man.
I mean, you don't know that.
Wait, let me see. Not West Virginia, right? You're talking about
I said Virginia. Right here, Virginia,
okay.
The DMV area. So
yeah.
You know, this is a big job. If she becomes a governor of the state of Virginia,
well, that's Mary Broad's daughter. You gotta say,
So her name is Donald Charles. She's
that's Mary Broad's daughter. Yes.
But I want to sell her for herself, not for her mother and whatsoever.
I gotta go back to her roots. Now my old man daughter. Maybe she my sister related. You bring her on.
You know, all the group people related. That one again.
I'm not related.
No, but you know, she told me, she said, "Joe, we are a family." She told Joy, I sister on our family.
Right.
I'm telling you, this is wrong.
But this is a huge thing. Virginia is a very powerful state. It has a lot of resources, and to have a Liberian becoming a governor there will serve us very well.
Wow.
So I think all of us.
Governor there, everybody will run in that state.
I'll be the first to move. I'll pack my bag and move there.
Now, Mirror Bro, remember, move down.
But then I send you her picture. We'll arrange for a better official picture from her.
Let's bring her on. Dr. Bobla have sent me her information and told Dr. Bobla, please bring her on and let's interview her.
Yeah,
she's a great lady. She came from a humble beginning. I heard that, man. She worked her way. She worked her way through the system, and now she vying for the highest seat in the state.
Yeah.
So we wish her good luck, and we hope that we all can ride it around.
Yeah. So you know,
is she running an independent or on the party?
Yeah, she's running independent. You are correct. Yes, she's running as an independent candidate. It's an uphill battle, but you know, anything is.
It's a plus for Liberia, man.
Yeah. The fact that she's even amongst the top 3 candidates. It's a very good thing for us as a country.
Yeah, so tonight we'll put all of our other information out there. We want to say I'm trouble, and I like to go home with this still. My brother.
I mean, some mobile in the street today, some mobile in the street.
I'm trying to upload, but mobile will be on tomorrow for us to talk. I'm reaching out to mobile to just come and just tell us what he was doing on the street today. But I'm trouble with this, to tell you the truth, Paul Kennedy. Forget about how they did what they did, right? I'm troubled with this that today, President Bwaka came down to 50% even, and then the former President George Manawea went up to 50%. Imagine former President George Manawea, he was at 49.36%. Now they are saying the opposition So give it to them. They are up. But that's not my thing. My thing is that President Bouaga dropped. And it is only concerning to see that he dropped. And to go back to Fubi hearings and no conclusion, the government should be concerned. They shouldn't celebrate this. If they say people on the street lying and they were planted, this is the result. You were asking for 485, maybe, or 385. They spoke to 1,000 and some more. Whether only in Monrovia or in Moserado or outside of Moserado, this is concerning Paul to see that the president, Joseph Yuma Bouaga, everything he's doing, the people not yet happy. And this thing had dropped, I am concerned. I'm going home tonight, I'm home already, but I'm leaving this office, Paul, to say that I'm deeply, deeply, deeply troubled.
Sometimes you see that what you get when you provide an inconclusive survey data. You just took election result and you put it up there and you thinking that's the survey report, but you're right to do it. Because the folks who even conducted the survey didn't tell us where they conducted the survey. And for you to just pull everybody from Monrovia has a sample of everybody from the country.
Paul, let me help you. You are not being right. Go on the page. I beg you, go on Google right now. Put in Afrobarometer Liberia. It will come up.
The election result.
No, wait, Paul. No. This survey, the group that did it, call it Afro or Afro. Go there. It's online. They tell you that they went through of the country. I'm reading it, Paul. And the men are in Liberia. His name is Ikana Taylor. He's a Center for Democratic Governance, CDG. His telephone number is there. His email is there. Everything associated.
There are 15 counties and so only 3 districts.
No, before you make that argument,
they need to be specific, my man.
Paul, wait. First of all, Paul. Did you go online to read about the entire survey or just a 3 document?
I've read the 3 document. I've not gone online. Now I'm going to that source. Yes, I'm going to that source to see a detailed report before I can make my.
I'm reading it. Don't condemn them.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
If you heard me, I didn't condemn them. I said
because when I heard you saying that, I said, you know what? Let me go online. They are the Center for Democratic Governance. They are the CDD in Ghana. They are the Afrobarometer. Let the people have a say. It came out. They had a big one, December 12, 2024. The new release, everything is there. Just go and Liberians, let's search it. And let's see whether these guys they are sincere, with the survey. Right. I don't want to condemn them, but I'm just troubled that President John Weah came up a little bit now. He's even par according to the last result from the election. I'm not like you that go through survey analysis like that, but my comments are saying it's troubling. It's troubling for this government. It's troubling when the Liberian people speak, like my brother Fubi said. The government have to listen. You can just dance around and just talk tabata. It's up to you. But the government have to listen. It's troubling. It's getting there. We're gonna go to July. It will be a big noise again about protest. Can you imagine? See what I bought there today, Moba Malu. Was that West Point? Great.
I think I'm going to water side.
See Moba Malu. See the noise. Paul, you know what's scaring me? The Liberian people, they are less busy, most of them. They turn them on the street. They are hungry. They want to see action. It's like action movie, right? Somebody come with banner and say, yo, everybody going. And see what will happen if Moba Malu hit the street under those conditions. This is concerning, folks. The government have to have a 360 turnaround. Because the message on the radio, the message on social media, everybody getting involved. If the government cannot put themselves together, I saw President Bouaga when this at Rex, you won the meeting. Paul, did you see the president? He looked drained. He looked tired. The president is concerned why my message is not going across. Why we are not doing that which we need to do. The country is hard. No money. Worker code people ain't get paid for 5 months. Asset recovery, the people say they get paid. Paul, what's going on with Gafwan? What's going on with the country? Everything dry. You can't make it. Forget people talking about, yeah, it's okay. But then, people that own the fans, the children that need to be in school, that the young men and the young women got to hustle. They can't buy the businesses. It dry all over. Frustration has hit the country. Can you imagine somebody going to bed right now? They're looking over the shoulder where they will eat tomorrow because nothing was there today. Can you imagine somebody continue to beg and beg and beg that they got to serve as watchmen? Somebody that graduated from the University of Liberia for AMEU, they got to go serve as a watchman. They spent 8 years to get a degree, and the only job they get is $100 as a watchman. Where are the new investment? Paul, name me one. Where are the new investment? President Biden need to ask his people, where are the new investment? We went Indonesia, what came from there? We went Morocco, what came from there? We went China, we heard about 3 billion, nothing. HPS came to our country, we were accepted pretty, $5 billion, nothing. The president need to put his foot down. People want to celebrate East International Road. You know how much money the guys now take? $160-something million. They save 40 on the road. They'll fly on that road to the government finish. I mean, let's be real though. So the president got to put his foot down. Unleash all your government workers. Send it all over the country. Don't come back to bring investors. Let's make this thing happen. You say
they gotta make a condition. They gotta make the condition. They gotta make a condition. But they gotta make the place conducive for investment. Like right now, they're talking about the diaspora meeting. Have any of them sat down to say, okay, let's allocate 400 acres of land in this Liberia where we can bring people from the diaspora to stay? Man. Are they even holding that conversation? Where in Monrovia, okay, so I brought 50 Americans now who are African Americans who want to come there. Where y'all get it? Y'all get it at Car Grey House? These are y'all need to plan.
Kennedy, now your diaspora thing you're talking about, who won't pour money in diaspora political party people here?
No, diaspora political party.
No, I understand where Paul coming from. They're trying to have a conference. That's a good plan. But the mindset, right? These guys, let me say something to you. And I remember I told Paul Kennedy this. He had 712 in his car, and he was taking 712. Right? You know, Paul Kennedy and 712 been friends, and they were born on the same day, so they've been friends forever. He had 712 in his car. They were chilling. I said, Paul, 712, my man. Did what? I'm a good girl. Oh, I'm a good girl. I will play that song, so I remember because Gracie will kick that song out of the chat room. So let me play that song. I'm a good girl. And I said, my man. My man, we're not here for Samuel to be
yeah,
no,
man. Why you bringing the argument?
This is not, no, I'm just making a point. This is not the bison ring that you tell people to delete my tape. So leave it alone. They got a bag out. They got to say you delete. They got to say you delete my tape. You're going to delete stand up too.
Mama, you're like no.
I said, who put it away? Why they see them whatever? I don't want you so.
They got a bag out. So my thing is that at the end of the day, I do believe that what we need to do here as a people, Paul Kennedy, is for us to open the chain that everybody can come together and make Liberia better. But the hatred, the bitterness, the envy, that it must be me, it must be me. Listen, we got about 3 more years to go. Take out 2029. You got 2.5 years to go. The election year, you can't count the election year. And it is concerning for all of us.
Yeah. Oh, my daughter can come visit me. Where are you?
Oh, we don't know that your daughter, man.
The guy still not doing a mock.
No. I put in 712 clip on, my man.
My man.
I put in 712 clip on.
I will put the other clip on too.
But why the man put the details clip on for?
Nelson, can you put it up, Nelson, please?
No, but you had a conversation here, right?
That's not why you put more clip on.
It's a good idea of avenging in the trying to bring diaspora people, but you need to have a plan. When they come back, what are you going to do? Ghana, there's a whole city. Ghana.
Well, but why you black and your daughter white? You're messing with a white guy? And when I get back to the conversation.
The men are fair color.
No, cannot mind business, my man.
No, I wanted to ask you the question. You black and that and they get white.
Why black my daughter white?
Oh, my bro.
Yeah, my daughter had a Lebanese mother.
Oh, okay.
I call it Ethan and sister daughter here.
Okay, so that answer, let me mind my business before I get in trouble.
And you are blessed that they have one daughter.
The what?
I mean, let's get out of our conversation. We gotta go. So.
Well, man, say my $1. I get $4.
They got get problem.
Let me enjoy my attire. They make us here talking about my bond. That's your bond.
No, this man, black man is that
black man gets paid.
The man said that his dollar, they said that he meant $1.
Don't say that the man I can't inherit.
Let's go ahead. We gotta do this real quick. Again, this is why I always say, right? It's so good to be on Spoon, and we appreciate all of you. We'll leave you with this one. And I'm a D12. I like D12. Let's play this. The reason why I play this because Moses Gray went in the chat room and said they want to delete this video. The video is inappropriate for the chat room. So I said, okay, I will play on my show and leave chat room basically. I will play it for the whole week.
What happened?
One of the finest finance ministers. No, listen. One of the finest finance ministers of our time. If the plans theoretically that was put in place were allowed the 6 years to be implemented, I can guarantee you this boy will have been hailed. Listen, he will have been hailed.
Who stopped him? Who stopped him?
But you're not giving me a chance to finish.
Well, who stopped him?
Most of the things Samuel Tuet did, I dare the government to undo them. I dare the government to undo the harmonization.
No. I can see that's a problem, Paul.
Okay, so let me
Fubi, right? Samuel Tuet has 6 years.
Yeah.
To implement his plan and make the economic situation in the country better. Samuel Tuet has 6 years.
And what were they telling you?
But let me finish now. Can we do it one in our close? I'm begging you.
Yeah,
I can smell pepper soup. So let me finish.
But you interrupted me. So
I agree. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead. I'm not coming on the show. Paul, go ahead.
So at the point when government took over and President Salif had withdrawn 15,000 mills that were bringing $1 billion to the country. At the time when government took over and
They have people making $30,000 a month while people are making $45,000 a month. This gentleman ingenious a plan to cut that high wage to spread it down to the people who are making almost nothing. Police people are making $75. So the gentleman said, listen, we'll make sure that nobody can go home without making at least $100 here a month. The government supported the first time in history for Liberian government sent the war to support its own elections, using money from their own covers.
Plus the COVID.
Then you had 3 years of destruction from a pandemic that shut down the entire world economy. And then you tell me Samuel Atua is not a genius? You can hit Samuel Atua all you want, right? But I dare this government, a lot of the things Samuel Atua put in place, they cannot undo them. Let's be straight here. Take the bias out of the conversation.
So you feel
That's why you should have given him the second term so that most of his plan that was on road for him to have completed them. Nobody can do well in 6 years.
Do something bad about him tonight.
I'm scared to identify.
For national debate.
Everybody got to speak that. Great, I beg you, my man. Don't interrupt. I beg you.
Me, I know you put me in the bike. No problem, I will listen.
No, I'm not putting you in the bike. No.
You did it yesterday.
Yeah, I did it. Yesterday was Sunday, today Monday.
Thank you, God will bless you.
You're welcome. But let me say this though. I think, Paul, you are in error. I do believe sincerely you are being biased because some that your friend and your brother. I think you should drink more hatai to bring you back to our life. Because what I just heard you saying, no, but you're way now. You're way back. What I just heard from you, and I can guarantee you on the show, the main reason why President George Banawea lost the election was because of Samuel Atua inability to reform the system in Liberia. I can challenge you on this show. One of the main reasons, and I will speak to everybody watching us tonight, Samuel Atua was one of the main reasons Joey lost the election.
Say your own center there. Only you say.
Please. Thank you very much, Isaac. I do believe, and I will only speak to my brother Fubi because we're opposition to CDC. I do believe, Fubi, that what we are saying here on the show every day, if George Banawea were to remove Samuel Atua and some other members today, President Awa will have had second term. I mean, you can disagree with me. Samuel Atua, you remember when we say he was number 9, that player on the field. Samuel Atua had a confused economic plan for Liberia. The one that frustrated the nation. That's what Samuel Atua had. Paul Kennedy says Samuel Atua designed a plan to bring in harmonization. Harmonization wasn't Samuel Atua's plan. Hey, Paul, can you go and read? Harmonization wasn't Samuel Atua's plan. He's a brilliant guy. Hey, man, I love Samuel Atua. If you see me play some of that video, it's because it makes me, to connect with him. I do. But I think at some point in the government, Samuel Atua took a bite more than he could chew. And that destroyed the CDC government. He had no discipline in the running of the fiscal affair of the nation. He had no discipline.
What destroyed CDC government? CDC government was destroyed because they allowed unity partisan.
Paul, you can't do this. Paul, you can't do this. We are having an intellectual conversation. The ethic of this conversation, you told your own, I told my own. Don't do this, Paul. Continue drinking hatai. But I will say to all of my fellow listeners tonight, Samuel Atua, he know his process, he know his game. If I were George Banawea at the time, who I removed Samuel Atua and placed him somewhere else to bring some discipline in the process as we walk towards election, but the president didn't do it, and that led to his removal. And coming back, if they are given the chance again, I don't think Samuel Toy should be finance minister. I don't think he should. Now I have taken Paul out. I beat him to the game. He went out. Fubi, let's hear you. What do you think?
No. You and Fubi on the same side.
No. I run the show. Don't do that. Don't do that. Fubi.
Cut the show off. Fubi can't talk now. Now, why are you doing so?
There will be lateral movement.
Lateral movement. So great.
Lateral movement.
Great, you will talk. Then we'll go to Fubi. Great talk.
Okay, but basically, it's not let me categorically disagree with you. Okay, Paul struck very important points. When Samuel Toy became finance minister, that was the most difficult moment. After the Liberian civil crisis, after President Sirleaf's administration, because 15,000 unmarried children were leaving Liberia. We had to squat on our own domestic revenue to a greater extent. That's the government, since after Samuel Doe or Charles Taylor, that had to live on its own domestic revenue. That's why they're not giving this government hard time, because when they came, they had billions of dollars coming into the economy. They had not been able to generate their own revenue to use it for the survivability of the Liberian people. That's a challenge to this government. They're learning that from the CDC. So 15,000 people were out of jobs in the private sector, drivers, cooks, different group of people in Omeo. The housing price went down because the homes they were renting for 30,000 per month, they couldn't rent it again because everyone departed the country. The United States dollars skyrocketed. I mean, the brand that was skyrocketing. It didn't take more than a year or plus. We had COVID. Another challenge. To balance the economy, especially when it comes to the issue of the civil servant challenges and all of those things, the greatest policy was to create harmonization. And I will blame our administration for not providing the proper information on the significance of harmonization. But that's a policy that no government can overturn for now. It's not possible. The Unity Party harmonization is legislated. I can tell you that for sure. The idea was brought. In fact, I wrote a communication towards that effect, that we need to reduce our salary or benefits, etc., and whatsoever. The committee had to look at it. Toy brought a brilliant idea about harmonization. Investors were not coming in. In fact, people packed out and left. Those investors in Liberia packed out and left because of the COVID. Revenues were not just generated. So it was a struggling movement. A movement that when you said you reflect, it was like in the United States of America, the period they call the Great Depression in the United States of America. That's what we inherited. I would love and I would appreciate, Stanton, that you can take Samuel Toy and you can take Augustine Pay Gaffon. If Gaffon will agree, I can convince Toy and put them here to debate the difference on our economic policy. That day, if Samuel Toy does not bury Gaffon, never speak to me. The nation will celebrate the importance of Samuel D. Toy. I have some disagreement with Toy to an extent that I disagree with Toy publicly on some issues. I didn't say he didn't have some excesses on some other issues. But economically, that guy did extremely well. I don't know if a single finance minister who took the state from that position to where he brought it. Up to the time when we were leaving the U.S., we were 185 to 186.
Nelson, can you come on? Please, Nelson, on this note, we got to go.
In less than 1 year time, that way. Let me put it. In less than 1 year time, and now
we got to go.
And the U.S. the brand that will go to 210, 209.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
No, stand on. Let me just ask you, please. Let me ask you Hold on. Let me ask something. What you said is important. what you say is important, Stanton, and what General Grace said is also.
I'm all ready today.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
This is when Samuel thought he won a compact. That's when he thought he won a compact.
And you set the foundation for the compact. That's something I really read. That's something that didn't even flash to my mind.
I think you didn't answer the chance to talk now because we got to go.
No, my man, now you're the same people. General Grace said something which is very important, and that point also came from Paul. See, let's take politics out. Let's be truthful. Samuel Toy got his flaws. Samuel Toy is not injured. Samuel Toy does not have monopoly over knowledge. But Stanton, Samuel Toy is the first post-war finance minister to have led Liberia on its own. Stanton, you know, one thing they say if people are not financially literate, you want to break it down in a way that they understand it from their angle. Please look at this, Stanton. Stanton, if you are living with your mother, your mom paying rent, buying food, buying your clothes, if somebody outside gives you $100, that $100 is so big money. Stanton, if you move on your own and start renting your own place, buying your own food, if someone gives you the same $100, it will look like nothing. That's the difference between Samuel Toy and the UP people. And that's the thing. So, Stanton, few things you want to look at, brother. When Samuel Toy got in as finance minister, Liberia was getting external resource revenue of up to 40%. When Samuel Toy came in, it dropped down to 4%. Stanton, if you have people giving you almost half of your national budget that you can use to build whatever pays salaries, but then at a certain time that entire thing left and is left with yourself, you must be the genius to turn things over. Today, as you are seeing, most, if not everything the United Party is doing from the economic angle are plans established by Samuel Toy. One of the ways you will know that a person knows their job is how they can change from one administration to the next. This government cannot change anything that Samuel Toy established. If they really say what Samuel Toy did was bad, we dare them to change anything. How is it possible you will keep on doing the things that you said were bad and you can't change it? It's not possible. Even Phoebe will agree with me. The government cannot change anything that Samuel Toy established. Harmonization, that was a well thought of policy.
Thank you very much, Isaac.
Liberia.
Isaac, thank you very much. Isaac, we got to go. I want to say to all of you, Isaac, my Fanta, Phoebe, come in, my brother, my big man.
Phoebe should be coming.
Phoebe, talk to us.
Samuel Toy was a disaster.
Phoebe not coming get no fat. He just come and say something.
It's sad that our guys don't want to realize that Samuel Toy was a disaster. And he says he contributed to WEA's failure. I'll tell you the joke. They say one time we are told and say, did you? The post has to fire you. and look at him and laugh. He said, "What a stupid said." But the harmonization you praise it. That was a big failure. You rob Peter to pay Paul. No benefit that the government can account for. You say, "Oh, this is the saving from the harmonization. We need to do this, we need to do that." The mop-up exercise. It was also a big disaster. You mop up money into people's pockets. Because of that, a lot of other things went wrong. And there was nothing substantial you can point to say, "Oh yeah, this is what Samuel did, and the economy moved from this point to this point." The economy kept declining every step of the way. So we kept being here talking about what he did. The issue about undoing the harmonization, the amount of pressing that they place on the payroll, if the government decides to undo that right now, all of you will be saying that we should. Why the government moving Extradition from payroll? Because most of the people just Mola get wrote names down and say, "Carry to the ministry and let them put it there." He was the de facto civil service director.
Fubi, as much as I think 712 didn't do well, why this government cannot redo the harmonization?
No, if they just try to undo it, it will be a big problem. So you have to take that time to gradually manage the whole process.
See, I'm out.
Fubio is bad, so why should it be a problem? If Fubio is bad, why should it be a problem?
The mayor of the house is here.
Answer
your business. Yeah, I gotta go.
You get allowed to go home.
Say bye, Nancy. Nancy, we're not hearing you. You're muted, Nancy.
Oh, wow. So
say bye, Nancy.
Oh, Levi.
So, yeah.
Bye-bye, Levi. Levi is saying bye-bye in the background.
He just came to say bye to you, Nancy. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. It was a good show. Thanks a lot, Nancy. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night. A good night to Levi as well. Yeah. And to our many followers across the world, we want to say thank you for being here with us. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. Those of you who have been following by means of radio, whether on Spoon FM 107.5 or Fabric Radio 101.1, or the relays across the country on the different community radio stations, we say thank you for being with us. And we say thanks to our online audience as well. I see my brother David Wokolo here, Sam Bernie Siafa, Mark Lincoln, thank you for joining us tonight. King Doshua, thank you. Telvin Pin, Mara Moore, we appreciate you. And the many of you joining us tonight. We want to say thanks a lot for joining us on the program tonight. And I want to say let me do a special birthday greeting just before we close up tonight. A special birthday greeting to little Tico. Tico, you're celebrating. In fact, you celebrated your birthday yesterday. Happy belated birthday to you, Tico, as you get a year older, as you celebrate another birthday today, or as you've entered a new age. We wish you all the very best as you're celebrating another birthday. The entire family, my roof, and the entire family, they're wishing you happy birthday, and I want to wish you a happy birthday as well, Tico. Celebrate well. And thanks to all of you for being on here tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. They will come back. Have a good night. And let's hope we can be here tomorrow with another great show. The Spoon Talk on this very FM dial. Bye-bye for now.